before we get started. Planning Commission's received this packet in the mail a little over a week ago, and this is the entire RPA staff report in regards to all the cases that we're going to hear today. And Planning Commission's had the opportunity to review it and the staff report in advance of today's meeting. And so at times throughout our time together here today, we will move pretty quickly. And so I want you to just make sure you hear me as I walk you through how today's meeting will go. So what I will do is I will read off in each case, I'll read off the case number and the location and the agenda item number. So make sure you're following along. Make sure you've got a copy of the agenda in front of you and you're following along. And in each case, I'll ask if there's any opposition present. If you're here and you want to speak in regards to the case, and maybe you consider yourself to be opposed to the applicant's request, maybe you just have some questions. In either scenario, if you wish to speak in regards to the case, and I read off the case number and I ask if there's any opposition here, make sure you raise your hand, because that way I can see that you're here and we can also then make sure that you're heard. What we will then do is we'll hear the staff report. So what we have received in advance of today's meeting, you will have the opportunity to see. There may be some discussion between Planning Commission and staff, but after that's completed and all that discussion is finished, we will first hear from the applicant. So I will always ask if the applicant's present. If the applicant is present, please raise your hand. At that time, the applicant will come up to this microphone, which is on the right side of the room. There's a red light on it, which indicates that it's on. Make sure to state your name and your address, and then the reason for your request. Give us as much detail as you can. The applicant has a total of 7 minutes to present the reason for their request. After their 7 minutes is up, the applicant will take a seat. At that point, we'll hear from the opposition. The total time allotted for all of the opposition is 9 minutes. As chairman, I stick to that very, very strictly and have for a very long time. So what I will ask is if you're here and you're in opposition and you wish to speak, make sure to get out of your chair and line up on the right side of the room, right behind the podium. And I can then see that there are maybe 6 or 7 people that wish to speak in regards to the case. I will from time to time interrupt people and ask them to yield so that everybody else that's here can have the opportunity to speak. If you're addressing Planning Commission, please do so respectfully. Try to help us make good decisions here today. It's most helpful if you're not repeating things that have already been said. So for example, if somebody gets up and they point out to Planning Commission that there are some traffic concerns and they've articulated that, when you get up to speak, you don't necessarily need to repeat that over and over again. That's not the most helpful to Planning Commission. But do also look behind you and see how many people want to speak. And I apologize in advance if I do interrupt you and tell you to stop speaking. It's so that we can hear from everybody else that's here. After the total 9 minutes that opposition has, everybody will take a seat. All the discussion that takes place today will be between the people here to my right and left that make up our Planning Commission and the person at the podium. And so I will say we run a very orderly meeting, and I would expect for today's meeting to be in keeping with all of our other meetings, which is just very good order. After opposition's finished, everybody will take a seat, and the applicant will have an opportunity to come up for 2 minutes to respond to any comments that have been made by opposition and answer any questions that Planning Commission has for them. So I will also say that most of the cases we're going to hear today go on to the County Commission or the City Council, depending on where they are. And so there are some flyers that have those follow-up dates. And so if you are interested in a case and we hear it today and you want to follow along at the Planning Commission, at the County Commission or the City Council, please make sure you know when those dates are. On our agenda, there are two items I want to cover before we jump into the first item, and that is the first item under old business, which is case 2024-0160. This is located at 6552, 6560, and 6562 Fairview Road. This applicant has requested to withdraw their case, which is an applicant saying they don't want it heard. Is there any opposition present here today for that case? Motion to withdraw. We have a motion to allow the applicant to withdraw that case, and it has been properly seconded. Is there any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. And then one other thing I wanted to address real quick. Item 12 under new business is case 2024-0204. This is located at 9536 North Valley Trail. And this is an application to rezone from R1 single family residential district to RT1. And the applicant has requested a 30-day deferral. Is there any opposition present? Move to defer 30 days. We have a motion to defer for 30 days, and it has been properly seconded. Is there any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. All right.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman, I failed to mention one other thing that shows up on the agenda. It's under resolution and amendments. There may be some people here to speak to that today about adopting Plan Hamilton. That's not going to be on the agenda today. That's been deferred until January.
Okay, so I appreciate you pointing that out. Is there anybody here that was here to speak in regards to a resolution to adopt Plan Hamilton comprehensive plan? Raise your hand. Okay. Not you. Well, thank you for pointing that out. When we get there, we'll deal with it. I would still like for us to hear as much as you would have us here in regards to that. All right, first item, top. Oh, one other thing. So lots of times there's a lot of people here in regards to one case. And then after we hear that case, we want to move on with our agenda because everybody else that's here also wants their case heard. So after we take action, we desperately need for people to get out of the room and make sure that the door in the back gets closed. So if we have like 50 or 60 people here and they're all on one case, what can happen is they get stuck right here and the conversation starts and they're not out of the room and we're stuck waiting on them to get out. So if you will, after we take action, whatever you do, if you want to stay, stay. But if you're going to leave, get out the door and make sure they close behind you. First item on the top of the agenda, subdivision plats and variances, HCSD 24-33. And this is a final plat for Capstone Estates. It's lots 1 through 57 and then 141A located at 10319 London Lane. Staff is recommended to approve the final plat. Is there any opposition present? We have a motion to approve and it has been seconded. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Next case on the agenda is HCSD-24-34, and this is a preliminary plat. Hamilton on Hunter, lots 1600 through 1616 and 0 Hunter Road. It has a staff recommendation to approve. Is there any opposition present?
Mr. Chairman, we did receive an email in opposition to this plat.
Okay.
It was primarily related to congestion and traffic on Hunter Road.
Sure. Thank you. What's the will of the commission? We have a motion to approve and it has been seconded. Any discussion? Question? Councilman Ledford.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Brian, did the requirements legally met for preliminary plat?
Yes, it meets the subdivision requirements.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chairman.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Item 3 on our agenda is case HCSD-24-35, and this is minor plat re-subdivision of Lot 2 Volker Trace subdivision, lots 1 through 6, located at 2610 Faulkner Road. And staff is recommended to approve the applicant's request. Is there any opposition present? We have a motion to approve, and it has been properly seconded. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Next case on the agenda, item 4, is HCSD-24-36. This preliminary plat for Spangler Farms. Lots 1 through 212 located at 7900 Hickson Springs Road. Staff is recommended to deny. Mr. Schultz, is that still the recommendation of staff?
Well, when the staff reports were written the week of Thanksgiving, at that time, this plat did not meet the subdivision requirements of the county. There were some issues with stormwater, and I have it highlighted on the screen. There was actually 2 issues. One was stormwater, and then we didn't have any letter from any utility company in regards to the decentralized sewer system that we used in this property. As of Friday, those issues have been resolved. We do have a letter from Tennessee wastewater systems out of Smyrna, Tennessee. If you like, I'll read the whole letter for you.
No, thank you.
But it's basically saying they're willing to accept and review the decentralized septic system or sewer system. If you see on the screen here, the area highlighted in the red circle with a sort of a yellow line, that was some stormwater issues there that would impact those lots and being able to be built because you require a buffer easement along that stream water. Here's the revised plat that was submitted Wednesday of Thanksgiving week. And then Water Quality was able to review this on Friday. You can see there's been some lots removed in that red circle. It reduced about 10 lots overall within this development. With that being said, Stormwater does recommend approval of the revised stormwater plat and plans. This plan does meet the requirements of the subregs, and we recommend approval of the preliminary plat as shown on this second page.
Thank you for that. So is there any opposition present? Okay. And is the applicant present? All right, thank you. Can the applicant come on up? Well, Mr. Schultz, was there anything, did you want to cover anything else in regards to a staff report on this? Or
No, really, just a reminder, we have this in the beginning of the presentation, Planning Commission action on plats. This comes up every month. The Planning Commission may deny a plat for any of the 3 reasons in the subregs. Failure of the plat to conform to the standards set out in these regulations. And by these regulations, it means the subregs. Well, this plat meets those requirements. Approval of the plat would be detrimental to the public safety, health, and general welfare. This plat's been reviewed by all the reviewing bodies from engineering, fire marshal's office, stormwater, the various departments in the county. We don't see any impact on the public health and safety, so that doesn't come into play. And approval of the plat would not be in the best interest of the local government. Well, we feel this would be in the best interest of local government providing housing in the area. So that's one of the things we look at when reviewing the plat. And certainly if it doesn't meet the subregs, we would not recommend approval of staff.
Thank you, Mr. Schultz. All right, applicant.
Yes, commissioners, thank you for your attention. I just, I see members.
Could you just remind her to state your name and address?
Oh, Jim Lee, 1400 Macaulay, Chattanooga, Tennessee. All right, so I see members from the community here. I know you guys have a lot of fears and anxieties related to this. We've met in person on some of these. I don't know what their fears are today. I would like to go ahead and reserve my time to allow them to share their concerns now so I can appropriately address them at the end.
That'd be fine. We show a little over 6 minutes on the clock.
Mr. Chairman, we'd rather not do that. We would rather the applicant follow normal protocol and present their case. We hear what they're proposing. We did this last time at the PUD meeting and it didn't, we need to know what he's going to say.
So thank you, Mr. Lee. We'll now hear from opposition. If you're here and you're in opposition and you'd like to speak, please do line up against the left side of the room here. Opposition has a total of 9 minutes. I'd like to get a sense of how many people want to speak. So it looks like 4 of you wish to speak. Is that correct? Okay, so we do have a total of 9 minutes. When you get up to speak, make sure you state your name and address for the record. Thank you.
Can I ask a question before we start our 9 minutes?
Your 9 minutes, go ahead and start the clock. All right, your 9 minutes have started.
All right, good afternoon. I am Barry Glasscock. My address is 1523 Laurel Breeze Drive. I joined Spangler Farms. We appreciate the opportunity to voice our opposition and reasons to deny the Spangler Farms plat. Number one, lots adjoining Spangler Farms range from small to large acreage tracts. The high density requested is not compatible with the surrounding land use or rural character of the area. Number two, several residents have concerns with potential conflicts of interest with a few members of the board who have past or current business associations with the developers. We respectfully request Mr. Collier and Mr. Anderson recuse themselves from this vote today or January 12th if it's deferred. Number three, TDEC's permitting process for wastewater systems utilizing drip dispersal has two components. First is plans approval. Second is operating permit issuance. Issuance of operating permits are subject to public notice, comments, and hearings when requested. Construction of the system may not begin until the public process period has closed. I have requested with TDEC for the issuance of the operating permit for Spangler Farms be subject to the public process. Number four, based on TDEC design, consideration of 300 gallons per day per home, a 200 lot subdivision generates an estimated daily wastewater flow rate of 60,000 gallons. The estimated annual wastewater flow rate is 21,600,000 gallons. The site's terrain and marginal soils in many locations greater than 75 MPI soil is shown on Chattanooga Engineering Group drawing C401 is a major concern. This soil type normally exhibits slow absorption rates, shallow bedrock, and seasonal water tables. These issues may affect the proper operation of the drip system. The huge amount of estimated wastewater from this site should be considered before this plat moves forward. We respectfully request the Planning Commission to deny the Spangler Farms plat. Thank you.
My name is Brian Glasscock. I live at 1531 Laurel Breeze Drive. My family developed Homestead Acres adjoining Spangler Farm. I've lived there for 46 years and I love it. The first page of the handout we gave you is the official website of the EPA. On page 1, the EPA classifies a drip distribution system as a type of septic system. Page 2 shows that a decentralized wastewater treatment system is a type of septic system. Each house has a septic tank in its yard. It's our understanding their homes will have a septic tank in each yard as well. On page 3, this is our understanding that this was the proposed drip system design for the PUD proposal at the June 10th meeting. In the bottom right-hand corner, it states that this is the overall septic plan. Page 4 is, of course, the A1 zoning ordinance. It appears they are treating this as if the development is on sanitary sewers. The 7,500 square foot lot minimum and 60 foot minimum lot frontage is for homes on sanitary sewers. We think this is a septic system as classified by the EPA with a septic tank in each yard. Therefore, we believe the lot size should be determined by Hamilton County groundwater and the minimum lot frontage should be 75 feet as written in the ordinance for homes on septic tanks. The maximum density per the ordinance as written is 2 dwellings per acre. It looks like they are averaging approximately 4 units per acre of buildable land. The RPA staff did an excellent job on the Walden Plateau draft. On page 20 of that draft, the RPA defines current A1 use. A1 permits agricultural uses and single-family residential development with a maximum density of 2 dwelling units per acre. This zoning classification preserves the rural character and open spaces that define much of the region, ensuring that agricultural activities and low-density housing remain predominant. If you allow this plat to move forward, we feel you are not following the guidelines of the RPA staff, the intent or the language of the A1 zoning ordinance, and the public's desire for land use in our community. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Eric Braun. I'm a resident of Hickson at 5605 Crestview Drive. I'm here today speaking as a board member of the North Chickamauga Creek Conservancy, or a local nonprofit organization dedicated to protecting the interests of North Chickamauga Creek. We submitted a letter with some images and some other supporting documentation, and I'd like to speak today calling attention to the significance of this property to the North Chickamauga Creek and the potential impact of any wastewater or septic issues on the creek and on water quality in Hamilton County as a whole. This property sits at the headwaters of Rogers Creek, which is a named tributary of North Chickamauga Creek. Any issues with wastewater, septic, or other water quality concerns will directly impact North Chickamauga Creek and will flow into the gorge upstream of the state park, which is Tennessee's newest state park. I'd like to urge the commissioners to consider that any water quality issues here at Spangler Farms will impact Hamilton County residents. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Tommy Farmer. I'm a resident of 7935 Mill Creek Road, adjacent to the Spangler Farm, the proposed Spangler Farm development. As an adjoining property owner directly impacted by Spangler Farm developments, I'm writing to express my profound concern regarding this high-density residential development that has changed significantly from what Mr. Lee presented to the neighbors and met with me personally over. This looks nothing of that. It's changed a lot more. Central to the proposal is the use of private decentralized wastewater sewage strip system, which presents serious environmental and public health and insufficient infrastructure risk to our community. The primary concerns, this proposed system would manage, as Barry indicated, 60,000 gallons per day. This is especially problematic given that, and there is no plan whatsoever for WWTA to expand out to that area to connect to a central area, being that Hamilton County WWTA is under a federal Department of Justice consent decree requiring extensive rehabilitation efforts to an estimate that will cost an estimated $300 million before any sewage enhancement to the sewage systems could be made to engage this property. This sewage strip system described by TDEC specifically is highly variable and in a need for further study, exacerbating those risks. Notably, the private wastewater company selected by this developer has a history of violations and issues with state inspectors. For example, the developer is selected was Tennessee Wastewaters, whose parent company is Adenis. Adenis owns and operates approximately 100 wastewater systems across this state. Reportedly, these systems frequently experience wastewater overflows as well as others, and currently under 13 violations. Inspectors were denied. Tennessee Wastewater was denied state TDEC inspectors access to their facilities with a history of environmental violations. TDEC inspectors deemed the denial an unlawful, and that was in June of this year. Statewide compliance, TDEC in 2024 inspected and found that half of the 360 active rural drip systems statewide were non-compliant. The violations included saturated wet ground from sewage treatment processed near neighborhoods, indicating system overloading. Additionally, the sewage moratorium on Signal Mountain, currently under WWTA's authority, there is no foreseeable plans for an expansion to accommodate new developments. WWTA enhancing and expanding central sewage services would take years and cost potentially taxpayers millions or hundreds of millions of dollars. Environmental contamination, potential contamination could impact local groundwater sources to include Hickson Springs, Rogers Creek, and feed the North Chick Conservancy as was spoken, which also feeds Cave Springs. And that's the water supply for Hickson Utilities and Soddy Daisy communities across. I would finally propose and simply say that the impact to me personally, 30 years my well has provided me. I adjacent this with 400 feet away from this proposed septic drip system that borders my property. My entire investment, my family, to build the infrastructure has been very important, only to see my property value diminished and the environment harmed. Thank you very much. I have copies from those consent decrees in those stores.
Thank you, sir. All right, we'll hear from the applicant.
Thank you, commissioners. I want to extend a particular thank you to the staff because they have not only worked hard with the team, they have also worked hard to respond to community concerns. And I recognize I've created a lot of extra work for everybody, and so I appreciate that and I'm grateful. To the community, I would like to respond to the community. I've had a lot of interactions with them. Their concerns matter to me. I did commit to Tommy Farmer that I would be a good neighbor to him. I recognize that what I'm doing is I'm bringing change. Change is not usually liked. Change is particularly frightening and scary when it's right next door. And it's particularly hard when it's in the season when people just want to cozy up with their loved ones and, enjoy their homes as they've experienced them for the past 30 years. And I'm bringing change to that. And I recognize that that's hard. To the extent that my neighbors want me to not bring change, I won't be able to do that. But to the extent that being a good neighbor means doing something lawful, doing something well, and doing something safe, I commit to doing that. This plan does look different from what I presented to the community. I explained to the community that I had two options. One was to go through a PUD process, which would require their support. The other was to do a by rights development. I engaged them, worked with them through the winter, spring, and summer to try to solicit their support because I was really excited about that PUD that we looked at last June. And they were in opposition to it. They made it very clear. And they asked, why don't you just do what other developers are doing and do it by A1 zone? So that is what I'm doing. This plat meets all the requirements under A1 zone. It meets the requirements of the RPA staff. It meets the requirements of the preliminary plat. As far as I can tell, it is so far being a good neighbor because it meets all the lawful requirements of a preliminary plat. Now, we don't know yet whether it's safe. We know that we have to now submit. I'm going to keep.
Yes. Can you add the 6 minutes onto that clock so that Mr. Lee knows how much time's left?
We know that fire and EMS has looked at this and said that the general arrangement of the streets is safe. We know that stormwater has looked at it and said that the general arrangement of the drainage system is safe and is doing what it takes. Now, there's still a lot more work to do to go get our permit. And the approval of this preliminary plat as recommended by RPA is not a validation of the project, nor saying all the work is done. It's just permission to go do the work to verify that we are going to build a safe community. And we will not be given the rights to do it unless we show that we can build a safe community. And TDEC is the body responsible for protecting groundwater and protecting the water systems from contamination. We are going to be submitted to the TDEC process and authority. They will not allow this to get built unless they can verify that it meets or exceeds their standards. The company that we have hired to work with us is actually here present today. They exceed TDEC standards by 50%. And so they really want to make sure that they build safe systems. So I know that the planning commissioners probably have a lot of questions, for us. I want to assure the planning commission and the community and the staff and everybody involved that we intend to be a good neighbor, which means being lawful, safe, respectful. And so I would like to ask the commission to go ahead and approve and give us the next step in the process, which is submitting ourselves to the very authorities and governing bodies and jurisdictions which these folks are concerned about having answers from. We will get those answers with your approval and our submission to these authorities. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the applicant? Councilman Ledford.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So in understanding the development process, Mr. Lee, if you want to come forward. A lot of folks have a lot of concerns, and I can see why. They want it done right or they want it done safely. And at this point, though, and Brian, you might have to help me with this process. I know there are several developers in the room who can nod or in disagreement. The engineering has not been completed yet.
A lot of the engineering has been done, but it has not been reviewed. It's not fully complete, and it has not been reviewed by the governing authorities.
Okay, so the governing authorities, which we are all held accountable to, have not looked at this yet.
Other than what they're required to do for the preliminary plat.
Which is
correct.
where we're at with the preliminary plat.
Correct.
Okay,
Yes.
I want to make sure that I understood that correctly, because it sounds like assurances are being wanted, and I don't blame assurances to be wanted at this point. But in order to have those assurances without the preliminary plat, where it's stuck.
Yeah, that is correct. Mr. Glasscock mentioned the TDEC process, which is submitted to public opinion and public input. That process will happen, but it happens after preliminary plat approval. So we will be subjected to that whole process that he has asked for.
So, and much like a zoning case, before it moves on from this body, we stop here. This does not go on to the commission or the city council due to its nature and origin. I'm trying to, Brian, when we ask for the preliminary subdivision regs and standards, that is a mechanical checklist.
Correct. And this is generally saying, based on all the department's review, it meets the subdivision regulations and requirements. So in terms of lot layout, lot sizes, access to it, all the utilities are there. Doesn't mean engineering plans are submitted. That's a different step. This body approves the preliminary plat. Then this gives the developer and engineer the authority to move forward with designing through civil plans. Those will be submitted through water quality, TDEC in this case. So all that will happen after the preliminary plat approval. If anything changes or can't be laid out the way it's shown on the plat in front of you, it has to go back to this body again.
Has to come back.
It has to come back. There's a final plat that comes back to this body as well before.
Okay, that's well, you're reading into my next question. So this is the preliminary to see where we're at, get these documents under review from TDEC, which we're relying, and then
Correct. And that may change. That may change this layout based on
could
the
change the
TDEC.
layout, could change the lot,
Could change everything. Could reduce lots,
could
depending on
reduce
what
lot.
TDEC, what they determined during their review.
But we don't know yet.
No, and he wouldn't until the plat's approved. Preliminary gives them direction to move forward with this huge cost of doing civil plans.
Does the public have an opportunity during that process for engagement with TDEC? Or does TDEC kind of just take it under their wing? And
They probably know more than I would on TDEC.
I don't know, Mr. Lee, can you?
Yeah, so TDEC, and if you want to ask more questions, TWS is here. But from my limited knowledge, what happens is that this goes before TDEC, and TDEC has a 30-day window where they receive public input and public concerns, and then they have to by law respond to every single one of those concerns.
So during the review process, the public has an opportunity to share concerns.
Absolutely.
That's assuring. I'm glad that TDEC has it. I did not know they had that process, but I'm glad. Can anybody verify that in the room or disqualify that statement at all? I think it's important to ask that question. There's always a 30-day comment period. So, okay. All right. Thank you. That's questions I have for now. Thank you.
And just to be clear, that's on TDEC. The
No, I
county
understand.
doesn't have those same processes for stormwater review and water
No,
quality.
but TDEC seems to be the pinnacle right now of concern for review.
I got a couple questions down here. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a question for the applicant. Mr. Lee, you made the statement that this plan was different than the PUD plan that was presented.
Correct.
I think we see this, not infrequently where, a developer will present one version of a plan and the public's outcry will then sort of move the process in the direction of doing what a developer is able to do by right, and then that version is probably less appealing than I can remember an instance where there was a major intersection infrastructure improvement that wasn't able to be done on account of a similar circumstance. I guess what I'm wondering is, could you give just like a highlight reel of like what are the substantial differences between what we're looking at today and what had the PUD gone forward would have been?
Absolutely. Thank you for asking. So the main difference really comes down to lot sizes and lot dimensions. So we had put together what's called a conservation development plan, which involved shrinking the lot sizes and kind of containing them to certain areas in order to be able to have more green space and more open space. I was very clear with the community that was my preferred plan. I really loved that plan. I hope that they would love it too. They did not. And I explained to them that I could only build that plan if I had their support. And I was asking them for their support, please, because the by rights plan that I could do was going to be limited. I was going to be limited in creativity because I was going to be constrained to certain lot sizes and certain regulations that weren't necessarily to their benefit. And so we tried to create something that was more to their benefit It's not as much to their benefit as no houses. I understand that, but it's as much to their benefit using creativity of a PUD process that I was able to do. I was not able to garner their support. I got significant opposition. And so I did explain that I would have to go and do a by rights development, which meant these are larger lots and there are more of them. And there's not as much green space.
Mr. Varun.
Brian, I think Councilman Ledford did a good job of kind of drilling into this, but in layman's terms, approval of the preliminary plat does not authorize any kind of construction, right? This is
Correct.
Kind of moving the process along.
That's correct. Construction will only be granted once the construction plans and civil plans are submitted to various departments for their sign off and review and approval, that it meets stormwater, TDEC's reviewed and approved. So there's all these other steps that have to go through before you can get to construction.
And if all those requirements that you listed are met, it is very uncommon for a preliminary plat to be declined.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any other questions for that? Go ahead.
I've just got a couple comments. I want the public to understand that my office reviews for groundwater, for stormwater, and general subdivision requirements. And right now, our current zoning code, our current subdivision regulations are limited in what they require. And that's part of the process that we're going through right now with Plan Hamilton, is to go through that and update those things and try to look at where there's deficiencies. Right now in A1 zoning, the density cap is the 2 houses an acre. That's based off of the entire acreage of the property. It doesn't take into account lakes. It doesn't take into account steep slopes. It doesn't take into account any of those things right now. So I want the public to understand that we're holding the developer to what's currently in the standards. Another thing that I want to bring up is that they have to go through a large TDEC process in order to get this drip system approved. In my conversations with WWTA, they were not a huge fan of the idea. That's part of the reason why they wrote a letter saying that they would not be extending service to this property. And that's part of the reason why this developer had to go out and find another company to service the drip system. Currently, TDEC allows that. And there's nothing legally that the county can do to stop that or to regulate that. That's state law. That's a conversation that we're having right now. I mean, I have concerns about how these things get put in. Obviously, we'd like to have some local oversight. So those are conversations that my office is having with WWTA on how we proceed with these. But I'm just trying to give you an understanding of that this is the situation that we're in right now, that there's really nothing, we don't have jurisdiction over these. So I just want to make that abundantly clear. When it comes to houses being ultimately built on this property, Hamilton County Building Inspection won't issue building permits unless TDEC gives their approval on the system that they install. So just, hopefully there's some level of comfort there. Obviously, it's not what you want. But I just want you to understand that there is a process that they have to go through. They have to make sure that this is according to TDEC standards. And then if it isn't, then building permits and COs won't be issued.
Any, Mr. Reuter?
I just got to back up absolutely everything Nathan just said and Brian. The one thing I do want to correct is Mr. Lee sort of said this plat meets the standards of RPA staff. RPA staff doesn't have standards. Hamilton County government has standards that are put out through the subdivision regulations and then administered by the Planning Commission. RPA staff has to follow state laws, local laws, and that's how we evaluate what is a plat meets the standards. I've met with Mr. Lee and met with the residents up there a few months ago. This is a rural area at the top of this hill, top of this mountain. You know how I know? Go up and ride the roads up there. It's rural. These are not great roads. And I hate to say that, but it's a part of what we're going to be talking about for the next few months. Roberts Mill Road is a road that absolutely the county's going to continue to work on, but it's always going to be a very challenging road. We have wonderful volunteer fire fire systems and fire departments. We did a great study of it this year. Great folks, but it is still providing us volunteer standard of service. So again, I want everybody to understand this is legally, he can try to meet the standards of the requirements. Doesn't mean I consider it as a desirable place to live. If you want to be close to a hospital or close to a Publix or whatever it is, that's not where I would live. But he has the right now, according to the rules, he has the right to submit this plat. That's my position.
Thank you, Mr. Reuter. Any other comments or questions? What's the will of the commission? We have a motion to approve and it has been properly seconded. Is there any discussion on that?
Question, Mr. Chairman. Before we take a final vote on this, the next part, how can folks find out information on where this goes next if it were to be approved today? Can anybody answer that question? Wastewater folks?
I'm assuming you're talking about the TDEC review.
I am. Oh, I'm very concerned
Yeah.
about the TDEC review. Yes, I think that's important. I think it's.
I'm
vital.
sure they do legal notes, maybe Rocky or somebody from TDEC has a better answer than that.
I see a hand from somebody I don't recognize, so I'm assuming you're with wastewater. Okay, I'm asking what the next step. That's an interject. Yeah, I understand where you're going, but okay, I understand that. I understand. I understand opposition. My question was, how do you all find out and how do you
Well,
track this?
maybe I can speak to that. So
Yeah,
if when the applicant submits applications with TDEC will do all the public notice. That it's very similar to the way it's done by the state and it's done through TDEC, but it's similar public notice where there's signage that goes up on the property. There's public notice in the newspaper. So, and in addition, I will say that the applicant could help support that notice if they so chose.
Yeah, so they have my number. I've connected with them. I can keep them apprised of it if that is their will, or they can reach out to me. I think that there's a very public process with TDEC. This is not done in secret or in hiding. I think they were already aware of the process. And so I think they know how to engage it. But if they don't, we'll be outside the room. I have Jeff, the CEO of TWS here. So we can meet with folks and he can explain more about the process to them and let them know how they can follow up on this.
Okay, please do.
And I will add to that as far as I know that Tommy does
Mr.
not.
Lee,
Go ahead. Yeah.
We've got a motion on the floor. So we've got a motion on the floor. It has been properly seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. So I'm not opposed to a roll call. So if somebody can,
Sure,
please.
I'll keep up with
So
you.
we do have what has been a motion to approve, and it was properly seconded. And so if you are in support of the motion to approve the preliminary plat, say aye. We'll start on my far right, if you could.
Aye. Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you.
Got you.
All right, I think we're gonna be able to move on with the rest of our agenda. The next item, item 5 on our agenda is HCSD 24-37, and this is preliminary plat for Hamby Road, lots 1 through 100, and a community lot at 101 and 104 at 0 Hamby Road. Staff is recommended to approve the applicant's request. Is there any opposition present? We have a motion to approve, and it has been seconded. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Item 6 is SDP-24-47. This is a preliminary plat for Silverdale Townhomes. Lots 1 through 22 located at 7368 Old Cleveland Pike. Staff is recommended to approve the applicant's request. Is there any opposition present?
Move to approve.
We have a motion to approve, and it has been properly seconded. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Item 7 on our agenda is SDP-24-48. This is a final plat for Cornell Phase 2, lots 28 through 45, and a community lot 46, located at 6810 Connor Lane. Staff is recommended to approve the applicant's request. Is there any opposition present? We have a motion to approve, and it's been properly seconded. Thank you. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Next case on the agenda, item 8, SDP-24-49 is preliminary plat for Polk Street Townhomes, lots 1 through 11, located at 1800 block of Polk Street. Staff is recommended to approve the preliminary plat with conditions. Is the applicant present? Is there any opposition present? We have a motion to approve with conditions, and it has been properly seconded. Is there any discussion? All in favor? Did you have something, Mr. Maybe?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a, I guess, quick question. I'm not sure what these conditions are, but in a situation where the applicant's not here and we're approving something with conditions, if, you know, I'm wondering if, you know, it's on, first of all, they should be here. So I'm not trying to excuse that, but if, in these cases, and it may not be as applicable to this specific one, but, what would kind of the recourse maybe for Brian is?
It's just, these conditions are typical things you'd see on the plat, like label the plat, add lot numbers, small minor things like that. That's the condition of approval. Just making those corrections.
Okay. Thank you, Brian.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Next case on the agenda is item 9, SDP-24-50. This is preliminary plat for Ridgedale Flats, lots 1 through 104, located at 6745 Customer Delight Drive. Staff is recommended to approve. Is there any opposition present? We have a motion to approve, and it has been properly seconded. Is there any discussion? All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Item 10 is SDP-24-51. This is final plat for Davidson Chapel, lots 1 through 13, 47 through 65, and 88 through 95, located at 7680 Davidson Road, and staff is recommended to approve. Is there any opposition present? We have a motion to approve, and it has been seconded. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Next case is SDP-24-52, and this is preliminary plat for Wildflower Subdivision, lot 60 through 83, located at 7671 Goodwin Road, and staff is recommended to approve. Is there any opposition present? We have a motion to approve, and it has been seconded. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. We have 2 items here under old business, the first of which, case 2024-0192. I'm sorry, 24-0160 has been withdrawn. Item 2 under old business is case 2024-0192. And this was located at 2659 Glass Street. And the applicant has requested a rezoning from R1 zone to CTMU, traditional mixed use commercial zone. Staff had recommended denial. And I think the applicant's here. I saw the applicant. Okay. And is there any opposition present? Okay, you're here in opposition. And Brian, has there been any changes on y'all's end regarding
No.
this?
Nothing's changed. I think it was deferred last month. I think the applicant had his own charrette in the neighborhood instead of us doing a land use plan. I think the information was supplied by me to the planning commission members of what his charrette detailed.
Right. Okay.
As far as there's no change in our recommendation. It'd be still deny.
Okay. Fantastic. Thank you. Name and address for the record.
Michael Kidder, 114 Evening Side Drive, Chattanooga, Tennessee. I am bringing through several rezonings today. What I do is called critical mass development philosophy. So I will contract a critical mass of real estate within one neighborhood, and then I will go to that community and help engage that community around a conscious conversation around growth and how that community envisions itself growing. Typically, I try to be one of the first 10 developers into that community. Really try to help that community craft a vision for how they want to grow. And so we sent in kind of the discovery process that we went through. We went through a 3-part charrette series. The first part was essentially what's called a SWOT analysis, doing strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. We sat down with the community. Several people that are actually here in the audience took place in that, and they're here in support of the rezonings. I noticed that there wasn't a notch for that. You guys have either the person here that's presenting it or the people here that are in opposition, but you don't have one for people in support. So I have those today, which is great. And that's part of why we do that process.
Could you just do me a favor and ask them to raise their hand if they're here in support of the work that you're doing?
Yes, you're in support. Could you raise your hand? Thank you.
It's fantastic. And is that in regards to this case or the other cases that we're going to hear on our agenda today?
Everything.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Fantastic.
So
specifically in regards to this case, staff has made a recommendation to deny. We heard this last month. I do think that there was some confusion in regards to what exactly was going on this.
Yes.
We did hear from opposition last month as well. And can you speak specifically to this case? And then as we get to the other cases, we'll ask you to do the same.
Sure. So specifically for this case, we're looking at doing one unit of commercial on the first floor and then a unit of residential above that. Technically, you would call it live work, but within the zoning code, you can't technically call it live work. So we'll just call it mixed use. But essentially, we're applying for just one above one, commercial above residential above commercial.
Thank you. And because there was some discussion last month about parking and some issues around that, can you tell me what roughly the square footage on the first floor unit is going to be? So the commercial space for
commercial is going to be around 700 square feet.
700 square feet.
Yes. And it'll be 700 for each floor.
Right.
Above that.
Yeah, I'm good with square footage. How many square feet do you think are in this room?
It's 21 total.
No, total square footage in this room.
Oh, in this room?
Yeah, I'll let you do the math.
It's a very large open room. That's hard. 8,000 square feet.
Okay, maybe 3. Yeah, I'd guess 3. Okay. Okay. All right. So we're talking 700 square feet of commercial, 700 square feet of residential.
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha. Anything else you want to say on this case?
Nope.
All right, we'll hear from opposition.
Thank you.
And Mr. Chairman, just to clarify what opposition is coming up. Yes, you're right. There was some confusion last month. This is the site plan on the screen that's submitted with the application. I have it highlighted in the red dot, red circle. We're still showing 4 residential units based on that site plan. I think he's just now said it's going to be 1 commercial unit on the bottom floor and 1 residential unit above. That's a live work. Live work is not permitted in the CTMU zone, which he's requested. That would be in the CNT and CN zone.
One quick question. would this CTMU allow for residential and commercial in the same building, Mr. Schultz?
Above the ground floor, yes, it would. You have above the ground floor, then you have live workers for one unit.
Okay, and my understanding is that this is one residential unit above one commercial unit,
That's what I've heard today
and that would be,
last month. Now we're hearing, just showing what we got last month, it said 4 units. That's why we recommended denial.
right, if you had seen one above one, would you have recommended
I
denial?
don't think so, because our plan still, go back to plan. The plan it's say urban residential would not support the commercial at that location at this time.
Gotcha, but this is more like live work.
Because what I've heard today, it is.
And can I confirm real quick with you that this one residential unit above this one commercial unit would be allowed in this CTMU transitional mixed use zone?
Live work would not. If
But
it's one unit, if it's
But it's
multiple
not,
units,
it's not one unit, it's 2 units.
I got 4 units on the site plan, but it's circled in red. It's
Sir,
one
can you
unit
get us a
commercial.
chance to talk to the applicant and just get some more clarification? So your site plan is maybe what's causing the confusion. Why does it say 4 units on it? Why does it say 4 residential units?
I apologize. That was a concept plan. When we submit these, they're not set in stone. We changed this a few different times. Originally, we had 4 units set for down the street. That might be where the confusion was. I have 2 Glass Street rezonings coming through right now, both on the same street. But essentially, the whole goal this entire time has been to go for a commercial unit on the first floor and residential component above.
So
Not live work.
do you also see that this says 3 levels?
Yes.
But what you've told us is that it's not 3 levels. It's
No, it's commercial, residential, residential. So it's 3 levels.
So it's 2 units.
1 residential. So it's a 2-story residential unit above a 1-story commercial unit.
okay. Gotcha. Now we're tracking with you.
And if that's the case, my understanding, somebody correct me if I'm wrong, that would not be permitted in the CTMU zone. Live work with 1 unit above it would not be allowed in that zone.
But this isn't live work. This is mixed use
Mixed use building.
because if he puts 2 separate meters on it, which I'm assuming he would,
Yes.
he has 1 residential meter and 1 commercial power meter. This is going to be permitted and CO'd as a commercial unit on the first floor and a residential on the second and third floor. So it'd be 2 units in 1 building. Whereas I think a traditional mixed use,
That's
a residential live work, is where it's 1 unit
Right,
and you're living
right.
and working out of the same
Now,
unit.
that'd be the above ground floor, which would be permitted. But I thought I heard him say earlier live work.
Gotcha.
My mistake.
Yeah, sure. I think the more, the better.
So dwelling above the ground floor on page 156, dwelling units located above ground floor, non-residential uses. And then on the next page, dwelling, live, work, a principal structure that combines a dwelling unit with a commercial use permitted in the zoning district that is used by 1 or more of the residents. A live, work dwelling may also include the combination of a dwelling unit with arts-related activities such as painting, photography, sculpture, music, and film used by 1 or more of the residents. Live, work dwellings are subject to the standards for the individual uses contained within this code. So based on those definitions, just to clarify, in that residential unit on the 2nd and 3rd floor, there will be no commercial activity. It'll be a residential unit above the ground floor and a commercial unit on the bottom, correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right. I think we now know what it is the applicant wants. Thank you.
Apologize for the confusion.
All right. You're welcome to come up. Name and address for the record.
I'm Bill Tim. I own 2657 Glass Street and the 4 adjoining houses to that. So all 5 of my houses connect to this. Thanks for taking the time to hear feedback. Last meeting, I took a little time to explain the proposed zoning change in an overcrowded commercial and residential structure in the middle of this residential neighborhood, and that it was a bad fit. Part of me thinks it'd be appropriate to update an application since there's so much confusion, because that happened last meeting when we started checking the parking, because with a quadplex over 1,800 square feet of commercial space, which could be multiple commercial spaces, parking was a big thing. During that discussion, when staff was checking into the parking, then there was emphasis on just one commercial 600 square foot. It was 600 last. The plan went from 1,800 to 600 on the fly last meeting with one residential unit over it. I'm not as nimble as everybody else, but I'm having trouble adjusting to the change of plans. And the application that sits today is for residential units over 1,800 square feet of commercial. One way or another, my residents and I don't want commercial space in this residential unit, in this residential area. There's a lot of talk about coffee shops and bookstores last meeting. I wasn't allowed to come back and clarify apparently once you sit down, you're not allowed to speak again. So I was trying to bring the attention to that last meeting, in that we morphed into one unit over one commercial while we were looking up the parking details, but the paper doesn't match the plan, makes me a little nervous. When talking about this, there are a couple references to coffee shops and bookstores. The only coffee shop on Glass Street, to my understanding, just closed. I believe they had some books there as well. It's no longer open. I think there's 240 acres being developed. When I met with my tenants and listened to some of their concerns, when I had mentioned coffee shops, which we're obviously not going to have 240 coffee shops in East Chattanooga, but when I mentioned that in bookstores, response was, I think a liquor store is probably what would end up being there. My tenants don't want liquor stores. I don't want a liquor store next to my residential units. I don't want people walking back and forth to the liquor store. I don't want people begging in front of a liquor store. I think the commercial space is a bad fit in the middle of this residential area. I'm not opposed to development. Last month, before this case, they heard 2315 Glass Street, 2317 Glass Street, and 2401 Glass Street, all of which was approved. No one opposed it. I did not oppose it. It's in the commercial corridor. Those of you that are familiar with Glass Street, drops down from Campbell, first couple blocks, full-blown residential, last several blocks, Chamberlain on down to Dodson, full-blown commercial. Good fit for commercial space in that commercial corridor. You asked for community feedback. Is everybody familiar with the Plan Chattanooga document? All right. Just out of curiosity, I'd ask how much money was pumped into that planning phase of Chattanooga, which one of the actual subsections is East Chattanooga, an area that we're talking about. It may be helpful to pull that up. I don't know if we're able to. I'm going to reference a couple pages of it. Anyway, it looks like on March 21st of 2023, they adopted the plan. We spent $1,230,900. That's what was approved for this plan. And I was told that it did not include staff time. So this is the vendor. These are the folks that we work with to prepare that plan. Adding in staff, I guess that puts us at $1.5 to $2 million. Pretty beefy plan, in my opinion, talking about the future of Chattanooga, how we want it to evolve, where the business should be, where the residential should be. Then there's I believe this is the charrette dock. I've tried to track down some of these things. I believe this is the charrette dock that I got. I think it was on Friday. Talks about community engagement. Said 56 attendees, 39% of attendees with home addresses in the same zip code. I think that's 22 people. But apparently there was a meeting with some talk. In last meeting, I was told, or we were told, that by a long shot, everyone wanted all of Glass Street being commercial. In my research of all this, I actually ran into someone that works for Chattanooga Neighborhood Services who attended the meeting, said there was no consensus of that. There really wasn't any formal discussion of that. There's a very big difference between the lot and the site plan, or the location that we're talking about, and the other three that were approved. I think these need to be singled out. They were carved out for this purpose. And when we talk about just general thoughts and stuff like that, this is a residential lot. This is a residential area. I'd like to just pop into a couple of these pages on this Plan Chattanooga document. These tabs, which somewhere in here it says that it was constructed with feedback from the community. You got the vendor pulling the city together, the community together, et cetera, to come up with these plans. So I think this is, it's my understanding this is based on community feedback, that the community was involved in that. It's not, I don't think that's my 9 minutes. I'm trying to hurry, folks. And I'm running out of time, but if y'all spent time in the East Chattanooga section of this, it all talks about centers, corridors. There's one other term. It says that's where it belongs. Clusters, interaction, mixed use corridors, Plan 35. This isn't a cluster. This is a single residential lot that you're trying to put commercial space in. Page 160, community input. Strongly prefer walkable mixed-use Main Street commercial development over drive-up strip center and standalone stores. This is a standalone store. These red things throughout this document, there's one place that it literally even says, don't just put random commercial pepper because they want to build the infrastructure. They want to concentrate it so that people can access it, and do so by building up the Glass Street commercial corridor that exists. It's there. There's available land. He's developing it. We ask that that commercial development stay on that end of the street. Number one guiding principle, page 165, preserving existing residential uses is important in maintaining the character of identified core residential areas. Let's preserve that residential area. We got 5 blocks of commercial. He's working in those. Let's let him do it. 68 clearly indicates concentration. This is an actual map where Glass Street comes down, and that red dot from all that blue is where it's recommended to beef up the commercial aspect of this part of town, not up the street in the residential area.
Sir,
Yeah.
There's just a couple seconds remaining.
That's fine. The document we paid $2 million for says don't put this commercial space next to residential. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Kenner.
Yeah, I appreciate his feedback. And yes, this whole process was garnered with a lot of community input. At no point am I trying to say that I ever got consensus for all of Glass Street becoming anything, because at no point in my career have I ever gotten consensus for anything in real estate development, because that never happens. But a lot of the feedback that we had gotten was that they wanted the revitalization of Glass Street, and they wanted people to have entry price points to be able to purchase commercial on Glass Street. And a lot of Glass Street has gotten bought up by investors, and a lot of people have speculatively bought up most of Glass Street. I mean, if you go in and you look at the tax records and you look at the holding companies that are holding Glass Street, you can see that Glass Street essentially has been bought up by capital. But this end of Glass Street is not. So if you want to give people the opportunity to be able to buy a house and turn it into their own commercial salon, or their hot dog vending place, or their ice cream place, or whatever, just like, pockets of North Shore House and all these other places, Glass Street is 8 blocks in its entirety. 5 blocks of it is not even heavy density residential and commercial. The last 3 blocks of it is purely residential with actually some commercial sprinkled in. I mean, there's a daycare facility, there's a hair salon, there's some other things already there at that end. And what I'm saying is in observance of smart land use policy, making the last 3 blocks of Glass Street commercial so that this community really has an opportunity to bounce back and become the vibrant commercial corridor that it once was is not a big thing to give up. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for the applicant? Yes, Mr. Bird.
So we already clarified it's going to be 3 stories that you're proposing, correct? And is that height the reason you didn't go for CNT?
Yeah, we try to keep it at whatever would keep us at 3 stories. I think
Okay.
45 feet is the height cap for that current zoning.
Okay. And then do you have any particular business types that you're looking at trying to install here that you can share, or is it still kind of open-ended, just looking at what the market will bear?
I mean, it's still open-ended. We haven't designed anything yet. Like, it's all going to be on what the market dictates, and,
Right.
and also what programs we could give with it. We give some incubator programs for minority-owned businesses. We'd love to look at trying to facilitate transactions like that. So,
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Any other questions? Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, are there any community of people who would like to speak to this? I'd like to hear from them.
Mr. Kenner, you had some hands go up earlier of people that might be here in support.
yes.
Do any of them wish to speak?
Does anybody wish to speak in support of the redesigns? I know we got some.
They would need to come up to
Some
the,
younger folks here, if y'all want to speak in support, come on, line up. This is your opportunity for civic engagement.
My name is Maurice Crumsey. I'm actually a part of the East Chattanooga community, and I feel like commercial use would be like perfect because we need more recreation for like we have youth who like they need something to do. Like it's really not much to do in our community. We have to travel more along the outskirts to like do things like go to the YMCA, gotta go downtown. Like some people can't afford to just make it downtown. Like we need more grocery stores and like jobs as far as like commercial use. Like yeah, we have homes. We also could use more homes also. That's how I feel, just being raised in the community my like entire time in Chattanooga.
that's great. Well, I do want to hear from a couple other, but we do want to move on in the agenda as well. I wanted to, if anybody else wishes to say something, you're welcome to.
Hi, thank you. I'm Kanika Jones, and I stand here and I represent my family and friends who live in the East Chattanooga area. And we're in agreement with most of everything that was presented, but specifically the agri-hood development. We participated in the charrette process, my family, and we were able to talk about the things that we need, the things that we want in our community. And I thought that was awesome because what we have seen and what we're used to in the Black community is developers coming in and one day you look up and there's a new structure, there's new properties, there's new communities. So this development and his partners coming in, speaking to our community. And I showed up every day that they were there. And it was a lot of our community brainstorming in agreement, coming up with these ideas and these insights. And we love it. One of the things that I want to talk about real quick is your phone. The agri-hoods, food deserts. My community is used to seeing no grocery stores. So there is a food desert crisis in most of our communities, especially East Chattanooga. Right now, we have a grocery store that's there, but how long is it going to be there? Because there's been a lot of grocery stores in that space that come and go. So we can't just depend on that. So we love the idea of agri-hoods because it's going to not only give us access to quality food. I have elderly family members that I have to take their grocery list and I have to travel out far to get quality food for them. This type of development is going to change that. My grandfather is a veteran. He deserves better than that, right? Not to be able to have access to grocery stores. But agri-hoods in Black communities, especially like East Chattanooga, offer transformative benefits, economic empowerment. Agri-hoods create local jobs in farming, food distribution, and retail, health equity, By providing fresh, nutrient-rich foods, agri-hoods directly combat the health disparities that you see in Black communities. We're high on the list for diabetes. We're high on the list for high blood pressure and things like that that you can look up, right? But having access to quality foods through developments like an agri-hood can change that. And I think it aligns with the mayor's One Chattanooga, right? It's 60+ Black people in this city, and our voice matters, our community matters. So I'm in agreement with this development. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
I stay at 2657 Glass Street, and I'm opposed to the building. I wanted to develop, but not with commercial. I have 3 kids, and I'm just concerned about the traffic it's going to bring. What time is the business going to open, and what time is it going to close? Is it going to affect the kids on their bus stop? So they're going to still have somewhere to pay. So I just don't want it to be built right there.
Thank you, ma'am. All right. Yes, we have a question from Mr. Kenner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Kenner, I'm assuming that dangerous thing I know, but I'm assuming you've spoken with Councilwoman Coonrod.
Yes, yes.
And would you share with us what that conversation might have sounded like?
She was incredibly supportive of what I'm trying to do in East Chattanooga as a whole. And she seemed as supportive as council people and as committed as council people can be to rezonings. So, well, I guess.
I'll take that. Thank you.
All right. Yes. We have a motion to approve, and it has been properly seconded. Any discussion? All in favor? Did you say?
I did.
Yes, go ahead.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to commend the applicant for the thoughtful nature of the process. I think we don't see that a lot from the development community, and it matters. Does it look different than what we've been building since 1955? Yeah, it does. But does it look a little bit more like what we used to build before that? Yeah, it does. And I'm proud to vote yes for this.
All in favor, say aye. Yes. Motion did carry, but go ahead.
It's important, I think, to mention that, the area plan has been brought up. The River to Ridge area plan has been brought up in a couple different instances here. And I think it's important to mention that we're not running roughshod over that. This, in the River to Ridge area plan, this lot is listed as urban residential, and commercial is listed as a secondary use. And some of the conditions for a secondary use are that it's an A street, which this is. It's on a corner lot, which this is, and it has close access to transit, which this does. There's a bus stop right down the street here. So I think this is in conformance with the area plan. I think that's important to mention. This isn't just, out of nowhere. So
Thank you.
Also, aye.
Thank you. Well, thank you all. Moving on in our agenda. Any opposed? Motion carries. All right, first item under new business. I'm going to take item 18 here on our agenda, which is also our applicant, Michael Kenner, and move it to the second item on our agenda. Just out of respect for the fact that there are a number of people that came in support, and there may be a number of people that are in opposition, and I believe these are all in close proximity to each other, so maybe we can be a little bit more productive. Were those the only other 2 cases that you had on the agenda, Mr. Kenner?
I believe so.
This one here, which is item 1, case 2024-0193, and then item 18, which is 2024-0212. Were those the only other 2?
That's under new business. Yes, that's the only.
Okay. All right. So in regards to case 2024-0193, we'll rule on them separately. We'll just hear them together. It's located at 3854 Bonnie Oaks Drive, and it's an application to rezone from R1 to TRN3. And staff is recommended to deny the applicant's request. Is there any opposition here? All right, we know the applicant's here. Mr. Schultz?
Yeah, this is case 2024-193. This is a request to rezone, or the old zone, what was R1, a residential zone, to the TRN3, traditional residential neighborhood zone. The new equivalency zone for this property would be RN16, which is basically single family with a 6,000 square foot lot size. This property is roughly 11 acres in size. Proposed number of units is 78 townhomes and cottage units. That's a density of 7 dwelling units per acre. Looking at the zoning map, you have R1 to the north, south, east, and west. They do have C5 that immediately abuts this property to the south. But this general area here, the equivalency mapping would be RN16. There would be no TRN zones in this general area. There's been no recent zoning history for this property. This is a vacant piece of property. To the north, a single unit detached. To the south and east, a single unit detached. And to the west, that's vacant property. There is no other townhomes in this general vicinity. Here's a view of the site. North of the site, which again, single family dwelling. This is east of the site, west of the site. This property is in the historic River Ridge plan. Again, was adopted in 2022. The place type recommendation is suburban residential. The primary uses include low intensity, single family detached units. Secondary uses include 2 to 4 units per lot, townhomes, etc. Here's a closer view of what that place type is. Again, it's suburban residential. Here's a site plan that was actually submitted, or concept plan submitted with rezoning. This proposed mixed use development is not compatible with adjacent single unit detached residential, which is to the north, south, east, and west of this property. Mixed use development is not compatible with adjacent R1, which again, equivalency zoning would be RN16. The request is not compatible with adopted land use plan. Again, the primary uses were single unit detached. It does say attached housing is permitted as a secondary use based on review criteria, which is spelled out in the plan. This secondary use does not meet any of those criteria. Approving the TRN3 zone, this location will set a precedent for future requests. Staff recommended to deny based on impacts to adjacent single unit and not in compliance with the land use plan.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
if Brian could go back to the area River Ridge plan, keep going. So I think it was good that we moved up and moved these all to the same place, because the application we just heard, this application and the next application are all seeking to amend this plan. So this plan right now is the adopted plan by City Council, and we actually have a draft of this plan now finished on our website for that $1.1 million consultants that we put together. So right now is a great time to talk about changing this plan. But do we need to change it through a rezoning request from a developer? This is for y'all to decide. But I would say, when we're giving thanks to the thoughtful consideration of the developer involving the community in his development, that is not his responsibility. That is what the local government does in the planning commission and RPA. So my point is, we've put together a citywide plan. Great time to be talking about this. So I would say we've got a draft plan. We can table this and then spend a month thinking about it and come back. That's why we recommended denial, because it's not in conformance with the adopted plan.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Lau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You're right, Mr. Reuter. It is not required for a developer to take their time to do that work. But I think that it is worth commending them for doing so.
100% agree. We do it every day.
You do a great job of it.
All right, any more accolades to give out? Before we...
My hairline looks great. Thanks.
Thank you. A round of applause, please. All right. Now that we're finished with that, Mr. Kenner, please do. You've heard the staff's concern.
Yes.
And we want to hear from you.
Yes. So this is 7 units an acre proposed density. TRN3 was the only thing that got us to the product type of mix that we were trying to achieve here. We are At our core, at Mikan, we are a mixed-use, mixed income developer. So we like to create walkable mixed-use neighborhoods within urban cores of communities. This is 8 minutes from downtown. This is a second-tier suburb for all intents and purposes. It was essentially skipped over by redlining. So there's a lot of large land masses, as you will see. This is actually in the River to Ridge plan. Our next big piece is not in the River to Ridge plan. I do believe it's in the North Brainerd plan. But yes, these two are within that plan. These two do not agree with that plan. And I don't understand why, honestly. I think that the community plan should have had this being on Bonnie Oaks, which should allow it to have a little bit more versatility when it comes to density. Bonnie Oaks is a major thoroughfare, connects to 58 to 153 to all these different interstate systems, and density should be something that should be encouraged along our arterials and our corridors coming in and out of Chattanooga at most points. Two last points. We're in talks with CARTA to do a bus stop at the Bonnie Oaks entrance right there. And then we're also in talks with TPL because this connects to South Chickamauga Creek to the east. Yeah, right there where the red dot is. So that's why you've got the trail systems and the connectivity drawn on that as well.
Thank you. Any questions for our applicant? And you still have plenty of time. Anybody else wish to say anything?
Mr. Chairman, you want me to move on to the next case, or do you want to roll on this one?
We'll take action on this one. We have a motion to approve. And
Second.
I did hear a second, a couple actually. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. And thank you, Mr. Schultz, for accommodating me on moving that around on our agenda.
Sure, no problem. This will take a little while to get through. And we did, just remind me, we did receive opposition on this case.
Yeah, let me read this off. We've got item 18 on our agenda. It's case 2024-0212. And this is located in the 2400 block of Lean Circle and the 2500 block of Doolittle Street, the 363700 Garner Road. And it's an application to rezone from R1 and R2 and C2 to CMU1, commercial mixed use zone. Staff is recommended to deny the applicant's request. Is there any opposition present? Okay, you're here in opposition. And some questions, and we know the applicant's present. Just out of curiosity, is there anybody here in support? Okay, all right, thank you. Mr. Schultz.
Sure, this is case 2024-212. This will take a little while to get through. This is a large case. I won't go through the zoning request, but just to remind you what the equivalent zone of these properties will be. The C2 will transition into a CC, commercial corridor, I believe it is. The R2 would transition into an equivalent zone of RN2, and then the large R1 will be RN16, which is a 6,000 square foot lot. So that will be the new equivalent zones once that takes effect in a couple of weeks. This overall property is about 190 acres in size. On the site plan or conceptual plan or application that was submitted with this request, there was no number of units specified, and the density was not specified. So we don't know what that potential result will be. Looking at the zoning map, there's a mixture of zones in this area from M1 and M4 to the north and R1. To the east, you have R4 and RT1 and R1. The south, abutting this property is primarily R1. And then to the west is R1. So there's a mixture of different zones in this location. There's been no zoning history on this site, but abutting this properties to the north, there's been rezoned to M1 to bring the overall site into compliance with the zoning. And to the southwest, there's been several rezonings for a PUD and R1 at that location. But on this particular site, there's been no zoning history. Here's the overall view of the site. It is a vacant piece of property. To the north of this property is industrial vacant land. To the west, there's single unit detached. To the south is single unit detached. And then to the east is South Chick Creek Greenway and vacant land. And then further east is you run into manufacturing and again, more single unit dwellings. Here's a view of the site. North of the site. This is east of the site, which is South Chickamauga Creek. This is south of the site. This is a typical representation of some of the single-family dwellings that you'll find. This is west of the site. And yes, this is not in the Area 3 plan. It's just outside the Area 3 plan. It's in one of our older plans, which is the Eastdale plan, which was adopted in 1998. And it recommends recreation open space for this area. Here is the conceptual site plan that was submitted with the rezoning application. You can see that it just shows residential and commercial component. There is nothing else in terms of density, how tall these buildings are, what type of mix it will be in terms of residential. So staff looked at this. The request is to go to CMU, which is a commercial mixed use. Just a reminder, the commercial mixed use is a mix of commercial and residential uses in a predominantly vertically mixed use forms that's going up. Generally, you'd find the CMU zone in a dense urban zone that would be interchanged or transitioned to the downtown form-based code. You would see this zone typically closer to downtown. The applicant did also not include any self-imposed conditions, so this would be a wide open CMU zone in this property. This is, again, a very large application, so staff relied on other projects and how we reviewed other projects to inform us how we should approach this application. We've worked with 3 other large applicants on large-scale projects in the past in cities downtown or south of downtown. In those cases, the applicant did form-based code. Again, there were very large sites. He had multiple zones across that larger site, and a specific site plan was submitted with those applications. The applicant did submit, I guess early on, about 2 months ago, an application to create their own form-based code and own zones and own context. Based on the requirements in the context or form-based code, he didn't meet the requirements. And I think that's why he was here last month bringing that up. Based on the criteria in the downtown plan, the form-based code, there's 3 criteria you have to meet in order to be eligible to create your own form-based code. 1, this is very important, the property is included in the adopted downtown plan. Well, this is not in the downtown plan. This property is in the Eastdale plan, so it doesn't meet criteria number 1. The property is within close proximity to the form-based code boundary. This property is 5 miles from the nearest form-based code boundary. The previous ones were immediately abutting or right next door to the existing form-based code, so it doesn't meet criteria number 2. And criteria number 3 is the physical character of the property is consistent with the overall character of the nearest form-based code. Well, in this case, it was the urban edge was the nearest, if you will, context area. The applicant submitted zones based on the downtown context. So based on all that information, staff determined the applicant was not eligible to move forward with form-based code. And so the applicant did submit a rezoning to go to CMU. So that being said, we've had other large cases that are rezoned outside of form-based code. We have 2 examples. One example is a C3 for a 45-acre site. That applicant did submit C3 conditions. The applicant's request did include a use table, did include setbacks, it did include minimum and maximum height. It did have building standards, parking standards, had a lot of information that staff relied on to make a recommendation. Example number 2 is we had a 60-acre site that was requested to go to C3. The applicant did provide a site plan with use districts knowing the maximum height of each area. They also did provide multiple lists of conditions related to addressing uses, screening of parking, and curb cuts. So a lot of information was provided to staff during those applications to help staff determine a review. So without conditions, you would have 190 acres in Eastdale could be developed at a most intense zone with multiple, potentially 65-foot tall buildings, multi-unit buildings at 45 dwelling units per acre. You could have retail stores, hotels, a live performance venue, and other permitted uses by right. Additional information with application materials would be very helpful to help staff determine these transition areas from low density residential to mixed use. The site plan did show some type of staged entertainment in this area. It's approximately 700 feet away from the nearest residential structures from the Chattanooga Housing Authority. There was no treatment how you would treat that. There was no minimum maximum height requirements or maximum condition. Proposed type of commercial uses was mixed to the interior of the site as well as the edges. And he did have some areas reserved for open space, but just wasn't really noted. And so based on all this information, staff has determined this request is not compatible with adopted land use plan, again, which is the Eastdale plan, adjacent land uses and development form. Rezoning to CMU, commercial mixed use with no conditions will set the precedent for future requests with an uncertain outcome due to a broad range of densities and uses within that zone. Staff is very supportive of rezoning the existing C2 area to CM1, but not the entire 190 acres. We've also met with the applicant multiple times. We talked about probably the best use of this property would be use the existing zones and do a PUD, a planned unit development. That'd be the more appropriate tool to use. So again, the PUD would require a detailed site plan that would provide flexibility in terms of setbacks, lot sizes, and uses. So that's an option to use the PUD. Again, we're currently undertaking a new land use plan for the city of Chattanooga. We recommend the applicant maybe defer or withdraw the case until the new plan comes through, or withdraw this case and come back with a PUD. Based on the applicant's request for CMU, staff recommend deny based on that information I supplied. I'm glad to answer any questions y'all may have.
Thank you, Mr. Schultz. We do have one question for staff at least. Mr. Led.
Thank you, Chairman. Brian, I'm glad that you recommended the use of a PUD. When we've developed traditionally, since I've been up here for several years, a large tract of land that's going to have possibly unmitigated or unintended consequences. Mr. Kenner, I would love to see you. I would love to see you explain to the community exactly what your intentions are. This is a large tract of land, and I go back and I think about what we did at the Bend, and that was an entirely new context area. A lot of work and thought went into that. A lot of meetings, a lot of assurances or vision. And right now, whoever lives in this area, I would be very concerned about going personally to such a wide open commercial without any restrictions or your intentions on what, because it is true. There's a lot that can be done under this zone. And I think that understanding what that could be is honestly, I think it's your obligation to do that. This is a very, very large tract of land. We're not talking about 700 square feet here. So I think staff got this one right. Not that in the form of denial that, no way. I think in the form of a PUD and going through that process that will engage the community. And I'm assuming you've been in consult with Councilman Hester.
Yes.
Okay. Involving him and the community to come up with a vision that is, everyone has a voice in this, because this being so large, I really lean into that direction. And I think it was responsible of RPA to say that.
And I 100% agree. Can I?
Yeah, I'm done. Thank you.
Yeah, are there any other questions for staff or comments before we hear from them? All right, Mr. Kenner.
Yeah, sorry, Michael Kidder, 114 Eating Side. I 100% agree with you that I, as a neighbor to this site, would not want to allow a real estate developer to have unfeathered CMU rezoning over it. I met with RPA. I actually met with the guys that did those other larger projects that you're talking about, Andy Stone, Brad Schumpert, and said, hey guys, I've got this big project I'm looking at, what do you guys suggest? And they both said, hey, well, we were able to write our own form-based code. And I'm very familiar with form-based code. I'm from Nashville, and the former head of the planning department in Nashville is Rick Bernhardt. He's one of the signers of the original Declaration of Independence for form-based code. Peter Katz, the guy who wrote the New Urbanism book that I brought in here for the last meeting, that guy wrote the book on form-based code. So I was like, yes, form-based code, I can use this thing. And then we sat down, we talked about it, and they initially said kind of, I thought they'd say yes. If I misheard that was my bad. I'm a developer, I did those things. But essentially I thought I got a yes. So we designed an entire form-based code that lays out the site, each area, the height, the context of the street, doing exactly what form-based code was really meant to do. It creates a form and a context in a base zoning where there's nothing, right? Like having a form-based code in downtown, that's really special. The fact that Chattanooga has done that is amazing, but typically that's not how form-based code works. Typically form-based code gives a form and a context to a giant piece of property that's in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by really low density residential, when you want something special to happen. And so that's when the comments and the feedbacks and the charrette process happened, because instead of me coming to this community and coming to you guys with this, and then you saying, go meet with Hester and garner community support, I did that the opposite way. I went and I hosted 3 charrettes, and we had barbecue at every one of them, so nobody was hangry, because that's a big thing when you're in a meeting for 3 hours. And so we facilitated these charrettes, and a lot of those young folks that you saw come out and just speak at the mic, they actually laid out this specific site by hand with Legos. And so like the amphitheater comment from Brian, there's a gentleman in the audience that came up with that idea today. I think he spoke earlier. You know, the agri-hood, that came out of a lot of conversations around this being a food desert and how do you create access. And there's already an agri-hood here off Russell Boulevard that we've already talked to, and like, how can we partner with you guys? How can we expand these efforts that are already happening in the community out to East Chattanooga? So it's happening in South Chattanooga, it's happening in East Chattanooga also. And we're attacking all these problems from all these different angles. And so, yes, I do believe that CMU is not the appropriate avenue. Unfortunately, with the PUD process and the way the PUD is currently written in Chattanooga, I would have to design this entire site all the way up front. There's not a descriptive PUD. There's not a phased out PUD process. And so if we can work on that, I think that there's a way that we could possibly phase a PUD, but designing 200 acres fully with your infrastructure, your stormwater, everything, to the point that if I move anything by 10 feet, I have to come all the way back through planning commission and council. That's $1 million plus ordeal on a site like this. And so I'm already trying to come through, and we're trying to partner with the city to do this as affordable housing. We're trying to do a lot of these cool concepts like agri-hoods and a lot of these other things. And so I'm trying to appease a lot of interesting things that the community wants and needs. And I'm also trying to make planning happy and the community that lives around this site happy as well, because they've got to live with it. So I would love nothing more than to create my own context and my own forum and negotiate all of that out with this community and host more meetings. That would be something that would really make me happy, because that's my job as a developer.
Councilman Ledford.
I appreciate I appreciate the vision. I appreciate the energy, because we've seen this several times, as you've mentioned, in the past projects. So we're no strangers to this energy. But I would say that what we're looking at on paper right now, and for those of you who are not familiar with the PUD process, what that does is it ties it to a site plan. It gives assurances to the community and helps mitigate unintended consequences. It allows for a shared vision. So I applaud you for agreeing with me that this is probably, I don't think it's fully baked, but I do think the folks of District 5 in this area deserve a fully baked plan. And I would encourage you to, obviously, if this were to be denied today, you have a long waiting period. But if it were to be withdrawn, you could start on those plans. And if you're hearing from Planning Commission, you're hearing from one council member who's been doing this a long time, I think that the people deserve that.
Oh, I do too.
And I want to thank you for agreeing with me, because I think it's the right path. So I just want to lay that out too, that the denial or withdrawal on this provides a couple of different paths or has some consequences.
Yes.
Thank you.
I have one maybe just one question for you. So we're looking at this map here where somebody's drawing something.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. And we see like there's a white box right there on the plan. What is that white box?
So if you could zoom in to,
I don't care. You don't have to zoom in. Just tell me what a white box is.
So there's small white boxes that are single family. There's attached small white boxes that are townhomes. There are larger white boxes, and those are multifamily. And then there are some white boxes that have little orange squares, and those are places where we could have restaurants, where we could have coffee shops, where we could have walkable retail.
And then what are the orange squares?
So the orange squares they're mainly focused up by Tunnel. And then we wanted to actually create a commercial node down by South Chickamauga Creek, because this site has 5,000 linear feet.
Without opening up a whole can of worms, I just had those very specific questions. And so I understand the how a PUD process could fail you in that it's very once it's in place, it's very, very prescriptive.
Yes.
But zoning, like what you've asked for, is gives you this ultimate freedom, which staff has done a good job of helping Planning Commission and your neighbors understand what those consequences could be. Why at this point could this not be zoned appropriately for the uses that you have? So why could white boxes not be zoned for residential.
There's no zoning out there currently that allows you to have a single family residential house next to a 3-story mixed use building, like within the new zoning code. It doesn't.
I hear you.
Okay.
Hold on one second.
Sorry.
Is that actually indeed the case? Now,
You have multiple zones. You could accomplish that, but
you would
couldn't
have multiple zones throughout this plan.
Yeah, instead of just one big zone,
So-
you have to have multiple zones.
Theoretically, this could be an application for 3 or 4 rezonings on this one piece of property.
It could. And that's one thing with the new PUD tool, the underlying base zoning would be RN16, but the council has the ability to add additional uses to that PUD if they so choose. But it does lock you, like you're saying, it does lock you into a plan. You can come back and amend that plan.
And in
Well,
Nashville,
To the developer's point, that's a risky and complicated and time consuming process. So, Mr. Bird.
To that point, I'm not super familiar with especially any state law that might govern PUDs. I'm wondering, is it possible to write a PUD that has a certain degree of flexibility written into it, or is it truly?
It's not a state law requirement. It's in each municipality's zoning code. But we did build that into this current zoning. It does give staff the ability to have some, I think it's 10% flexibility in certain things. They're considered minor staff approval changes.
Mm-hmm.
If you're changing the PUD boundary, changing uses, that's a major change. Would go back in front of city council. You can tweak and move things around. It just depends on what it really is. And we can always look at it and potentially tweak if we had to.
well, and in Nashville, we have descriptive PUDs.
One second.
Just
Karen and then Mr. Councilman Lither. Right. So that was my point, is that, while what Mr. Kenner is saying was the case in these other applications that you referenced earlier that went C3, today there is a lot more flexibility inside of single zones
Yes.
that didn't exist.
And I failed to mention those others that use the form-based code and the other C3s, when they did those applications, we didn't have a new zoning code.
Right.
So that's the tools we had in place at that time. Now we have new zones that has a lot of flexibility built into those.
Councilman Ledford.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Brian, if I remember correctly, several years ago, we did a PUD in Lookout Valley that incorporated UGC within a residential.
That's correct.
Which
Black Creek.
Which Black Creek. I was trying to keep the names out, but
Well, I mean, if you did, and I did.
but I raised that point because I think that was a project in which we worked in flexibility with the developer, with a concept that folks were able to sign on with, obviously see it visually. And I think it's working very well up there. Last time I drove up that hill, maybe not. We'll see. I'm not sure if they've broken ground on that part, but the residential part's going pretty well. So I go back to the PUD and the PUD process in which flexibility, and if council can lean into applying some flexibility, I think that would be a great lift for your council rep to go in and meet with folks that this has affected, not only to them being adjacent, because there are several neighborhoods that surround this, but creating a shared vision. And again, I do want to applaud you for your energy, because we've seen this energy in the past, and I recognize it from way back. And these projects are, I think, are very interesting, and they're also addressing and taking things from a different perspective. Thank you.
Mr. Kenner, you have a staff recommendation to deny. I asked earlier if there was some opposition here. You'll have an opportunity to speak after we hear from the opposition.
if I need to withdraw and speak to opposition to save you guys time, I can do that.
We're going to hear from them either way, but if you do, hold on one second. If you do want to make a motion to withdraw, you're welcome to do that. Okay, so we'll hear from opposition. If you're here and you're here in opposition, or you just have some questions, which I think I heard earlier, please do come on up. Make sure to state your name and address for the record.
My name is Lee Deere. I live in the area in which 3728 Hemingway Drive, in which they want to do the rezoning from R1, basically from our understanding, to commercial multi-use. And I'm here in opposition to that, and I would ask the board to stand with the staff's recommendation in denying this rezoning request. That area is residential on the areas that, and I live on Dogwood, and that area is adjacent to existing property that's being developed. I think they're putting 42 homes, many homes there on Garner Street, which is going to be a problem with access. The street is already a one-lane street when people put their garbage out and recycle out on Tuesdays and Wednesdays. And big trucks coming in and out of there will cause a hazard. And secondly, we don't mind putting residential homes there, but commercial multi-use is where we disagree with. And with it being put together with an open platform, basically we don't want a liquor store in there. And with that being open, they can pretty much put anything in there. Is that not correct, sir?
Yes, that's commercial mixed use does allow a wide range of retail, a mixture of uses, residential and commercial.
And we don't want commercial. That's the main thing. We don't want commercial. We want to stay residential. I've been here since '79, and that residential area, matter of fact, if I'd have won the lottery, I would have bought the property and put residential homes there, okay? Residential is what we want there. We don't want commercial.
Sir, hold on one second. Can you
Yes, sir.
pause the clock? Okay, there's a bunch of people behind you that want to speak, but I wanted the clock paused because I wanted to ask you about your hat. You served in the 82nd Airborne?
All the way.
Okay, what years did you serve?
1970 through 78.
And where did you serve?
Fort Bragg, North Carolina, Frankfurt, Germany.
Thank you. But before we start the clock back, we do have one question for staff.
Brian, I wanted to clarify, you said liquor stores are allowed in that zone, but they're allowed only through a special exceptions permit granted by the city council and certificate of compliance. Is that not correct?
That'd be correct. Yes.
It's not a by right.
Not by right use.
Thank you.
All right, and then I do see that there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, maybe 6 of you that want to speak. We have 6 minutes and 42 seconds remaining. So I want to hear from as many of you as possible. But as you saw earlier, we do stick closely to that 9 minutes. So make sure to keep your comments on point and brief, and state your name and address for the record. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Kevin Hayes. I'm 3961 Trail, also known in the middle of nowhere. Just kidding. I've lived in the area for quite some time, almost 30 years. And adding commercial and residential to that area is a bad idea from a standpoint of congestion. As the gentleman before me said, Garner Road is a very small road. And we already have a development going on Garner Road that's going to have up to 200 houses. That's more people. Tunnel Boulevard, another one-lane road. That's more people, more congestion. If you add in all that along with some commercial buildings, it's not going to be good for the community. It's not going to be good ecologically. We have all kinds of wildlife running around our yard now. I can only imagine what it'd be like when you begin developing 190 acres that's been untouched for years. So I like your idea. I think it's great, but I don't think it's great for us. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Devin Bradford, 3916 Wandale. I am originally from Nashville, Tennessee, where the developer's from. I have lived through developers coming into your community, promising you wonderful things, agri-hoods, community, building together. And what's happened is that the community dismantles. They come in, they completely take up the green space, the clear space. And what's heartbreaking is that all the long-standing residents are no longer in Nashville. I don't want that to happen here. This community is a beautiful community, and it does not need to be ripped apart by commercial or by residential that is not needed in that area. We have other needs that need attention, and please focus on that. Thank you.
I appreciate the speakers before me because they have covered everything I had on my list.
So you can just tell us your name
I'm
and
sorry.
address and then say
Ronald.
you agree.
I agree with the speakers. Ronald Roberts. I live on Hemingway Drive.
Thank you.
My name is Benita Baker, and I stay in the 2400 block of Leanne Circle, which is King Oaks, which is an older residential community that was built back in the 70s. It was basically built. Most of the residents there migrated from out south, north area, and there were family homes, single family homes. The reason I don't totally disagree with this, oppose it, I do agree with it, but the design of the development needs to be tweaked and worked out. Again, I agree with you, with the residents in the community. And that has been a food desert for years. There used to be a major food store down on Wilcox and Shellerford to service the area. There's no longer access to grocery stores, shopping centers, anything. Eastgate used to be a pliable shopping center for the area. It's no longer viable. It's more business and things of that nature. Houses the food staff office and HD and DHS. So I propose that we do have those meetings with the residents and come up with a viable plan, development design that will be comfortable to everybody. Will serve the neighbors, the city, and the state, basically. I noticed that the industrial side, Bonnie Oak side, coming off of Lightfoot Mill Road, that area is comfortable to the interstate and everything. So that could be commercial side.
Ma'am,
I'm
there's,
sorry.
no, you're good. There's going to be a lot of opportunity to connect with the developer
But that's what
after the fact.
I agree with that.
Thank you.
My name is Monterey Tucker, 2035 Dogwood Drive. I'm actually directly across the street from the property that was purchased from Bill. So Shangela has the hood houses down the street. But to change this to CMU1 would actually destroy the whole community because anything can come in as apartment buildings or complexes, liquor stores, all the other stuff. It's actually R1. So this is like Hillsborough Heights community. So it's all R1 on that side. R2 doesn't go until you go over Tullamore Boulevard. But maybe, like you said, a community meeting. Mr. Hester actually reached out to my wife, but there wasn't anything that happened with that. So there was a meeting with the people that's directly affected. And Ms. Bacola, she's right next door because the trucks are actually coming up and down the road now on this property here, dumping dirt. So the whole community right now is nasty. It's filthy. You got rocks, dirt, mud, everything on the road.
Yeah, I've actually witnessed that firsthand. So I know exactly what you're talking about. I'm not sure what's causing that.
The trucks from
What?
the PUD, they bring the dirt from the PUD.
Oh, and they just can't drive on the road, I guess?
They're driving, the dump trucks are coming from the PUD property down the hill on Garner up to the property on Dogwood.
Okay, yeah.
So they've already built the mountain.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Everybody, I'm Michael Hurt, and this is my wife, Angela Hurt. We stay on 3709 Briarcliff Way. We think everything that he wants to do is really nice, but we don't need more businesses in our neighborhood. We're overcrowded already, but we will welcome more neighbors. Now, what we really need is that Walmart that went out. We need that. We need that. We have elderly people that really did well with that, but we don't know what happened. It left us. We really need something like that. But other businesses in our neighborhood, we don't need that. And it was well put by the gentleman that first walked up.
Good afternoon. My name is Angela. I do not agree with the commercial coming into the neighborhood, period. He said he's reached out to people to talk to them to discuss things. That's a lie. I never received a letter, a phone call, or anything. But no, I do not agree with them coming into my neighborhood that I've lived in that's been peaceful to put any commercial, anything, be it a coffee shop, a liquor store, a department store. The neighborhood is fine the way that it is. Good Lord has blessed us to be neighbors, to be friendly, to be comfortable, and to feel safe. With what he's bringing in, we don't know what is going to come into the neighborhood. So no, I do not agree with it at all.
Thank you, ma'am. All right, Mr. Kenner, we'll have the opportunity to hear from you, but just in response to the opposition, I'll just say that if I had to pick a neighborhood to live in today and I had my choice between one of the earlier cases on our agenda that was located up on Signal Mountain to choose my neighbors, or to live amongst y'all, I would choose to live amongst y'all. You all seem like a fantastic neighborhood and a great group of people. So thank you for being here. Mr. Kenner, if you could, you had mentioned that you would be entertaining the idea of withdrawing.
Yes, I'll withdraw.
Second. We have a motion to withdraw and it has been properly seconded. Any discussion?
I have a comment.
Councilman Ledford.
Mr. Chairman, let me please say to the neighbors who came out, I was just telling my colleague up here, you are some nice professional. I want to be your neighbor too. You guys are great. Well, you've made your points, but you've said it with not only realistic intentions, but passion, but with respect and professionalism. And we see that from time to time. And sometimes we don't, unfortunately. But today was a great example. You all should be proud. And I would really encourage you to get with Councilman Hester and sit down. And I think that you've got a partner in the owner of that property that wants to do and work with you very much. So thank you.
All right, I'm looking at this and I'm seeing that we're on item 2 under new business and it's 3:00. I'm good to take a break until.
Mr. Chairman, do we actually take the vote on that?
Oh, sorry. He withdrew and so I'd entertain a motion to allow the applicant to withdraw. So we have a motion. It was seconded. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Thank you, Mr. Byrd. We'll recess until 3:15. All right, I'm going to go ahead and re-adjourn the meeting. Or what's it? Not re-adjourn. What? Reconvene. Sorry, I'm asleep at the wheel here.
Yeah, you're going home already.
Yeah, re-adjourn. All right, we're done. Sorry, y'all go home. We're tired. All right. Next case on our agenda is item 2. It's under new business and it's a mandatory referral 2024-0194. And it's located at the 7500 block of Stanford Gap Road. And this is a mandatory referral for a sewer easement abandonment and has a staff recommendation to approve. Is there any opposition present? We have a motion to approve and it has been properly seconded. Is there any discussion? All in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Next case on the agenda, item 3, case 2024-0195. This is located at 1620 Riverfront Parkway. And it's an application to amend conditions from ordinance zone. Staff is recommended to deny the applicant's request and approve other. Is there any opposition present?
Mr. Chairman, basically the recommendation is to the applicant wanted to amend the condition, but staff is recommending just to lift the condition related to access.
To lift. Okay. And is the applicant present? And are you in support of staff's recommendation?
Yes.
What's the will of the commission? We have a motion to approve. And it has been properly seconded. Is there any discussion? All in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Next case on the agenda is item 4, case 2024-0196, and this is located at 4212 Cross Street and an unaddressed property in the 4200 block of Wilkesy View Drive. And this is an application to lift rezone from R4 special zone and C2 convenience commercial zone to CC commercial corridor zone, and staff is recommended to approve with conditions. Is there any opposition present? Okay, and is the applicant present? Thank you. Mr. Schultz.
Yeah, this is case 2024-196. This is a request to rezone properties. Currently has a split zoning designation of C2 and R4 to CC commercial corridor zone. Proposed home store and retail and showroom. It's roughly 1.22 acres in size. You look at the zoning map here, you have C2 to the north. To the south is R4 and R2. To the east of this side is R4 and R1. And to the west is C2 and R2. That's, again, probably 3/4 of this site's already zoned C2, which will be equivalency zoned to CC. There's been no zoning history on this piece of property. There's been one zoning case to the south that was rezoned to R3 back in 2021. You can see that on the screen. Here's currently the view of the property. To the south, a single unit detached and attached. To the north along Highway 58 is commercial uses. And to the east of this side is a medical office. And further east is single family detached. Here's a view of the site. This is north of the site on Highway 58. This is southwest of the site. And this is east of the site. And then west of the site on Highway 58. This property is located in the Highway 58 land use plan, which was adopted in 2002. The community plan at that time recommended community commercial and medium density residential. Office uses are encouraged and secondary on second floors and denser development was the goal of the plan as well. Here's a site plan submitted with a rezoning request. The request with conditions would be compatible with adopted land use plan and adjacent land uses and development reform. This request would be an extension of an adjacent zone. Staff does recommend to approve with 2 conditions: no curb cuts on the Wilkesview Drive, and accessory uses such as drive-through facilities and outdoor storage is as identified in the table in the zoning code matrix are prohibited. So this comes to you with a recommendation to approve with 2 conditions.
Thank you.
Well, good afternoon. My name is Alan Jones with Stone Creek Consulting. Address is 1112 Wilmouth Road in Dunlap, Tennessee. So this project the property is owned by Crest Home Solutions. They've already been making renovations to the existing building that's on the commercial site that Brian mentioned. And what they're looking to do is expand the existing commercial building for multiple reasons. One, to add additional office space, to add a showroom, and then also add a building where they can store their products. Commercial Home Solutions, they offer cabinetry, flooring, and tile products. I've met with both RPA and LDO staff to confirm that we're looking at the right zone for the right uses, and the CC zone was the appropriate use. I have been in contact with Councilman Hester. He told me he's reached out to neighbors. I don't know if he's reached out to all the neighbors, because obviously there's some that are here. And to his knowledge, there was no concerns, but obviously someone's here, so we'll make sure we hear their concerns and hopefully address those. But with the commercial zoning, there'll be a 20-foot landscape buffer to the south that's shown on the plans here. And we also agree with the planning staff recommendations to not have any additional curb cuts off of I can never pronounce the street name, the Wilkinsons, off of having no street access off of that road, and keeping the street access from the existing commercial site. But I'll yield my time to any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Any questions for the applicant? All right, we'll hear from those that are here in opposition. Thank you. If you're here and you're in opposition, you wish to speak, come on up.
Yes, sir. My name's Fred Lingenfeld. I live at 4415 Cross Street, which is right down from there. I've been in front of this council before because of the junk key that's in our neighborhood now that has created a eyesore and really ruined a lot of property value. I am the trustee that's on the property that's adjacent to Miss Ron that's right behind me, which is if you're looking at that, to the upper right-hand corner. The concern I have on this property is once they install the parking lot and they do everything they're talking about, then they're going to have water runoff. Water runoff is going to go into a small ditch containment that's there now that already is overrun multiple times. It does flood her property now because of where the ditches are. As far as I know, I think you're supposed to have a retainage pond once you develop more than 1,000 square feet of land, which is more than what they're developing. The agreement easement that he's talking about is great. We didn't know anything about that originally, so that answers one of our questions. On the bottom side where they're showing the 3 green shrubs, the road at Wilsonview Drive is really only one lane road. I've got pictures for y'all if you want them. I've got my truck parked sitting right beside our house, and another car going beside it. It's impossible for you to pass. You're going to be in somebody's yard. So when he said he wasn't going to put an easement there, that's great, but how do we know that later on that's not going to happen? That would be my one big concern, because if it does, then that means they're going to be driving right into her yard. Basically, that's what's going to happen. The second thing is on CC. I don't know for sure. I couldn't really find it and look into it much, but I know in C2, everything's got to be kept underneath one covered, like in a warehouse, everything's got to be covered. You can't store anything outside, no boxes, no trash, no dumpsters. You can't really have anything outside your building structure on C2. On CC, I don't know the regulations on it, but being that this is going to be straight across from what we're viewing now as a dentist office, and that used to be actually was a hardware store a long time ago when I was a kid, because I've lived in that same house for all my life, which has been 52 years. Then it was a Wendy's, and then it was multiple other little small things. They started developing the property before they ever came to the zoning commission. We have had some issues with rodents. Of course, when you clear land, you have rodents. We got rid of that problem, but I always thought you had to go ask for permission before you started doing anything, and that kind of teed most of us off right there, because just all of a sudden people showed up, equipment showed up, trees got cut down, and then all of a sudden zoning sign went out. They already leveled land and started doing the project before anything else happened, so none of us knew exactly what was going on. So my only concerns is retainage pond, control the water runoff to the property. Don't know anything about that yet. And then what are we going to do about containing all their materials underneath the one roof or 2 roofs or 5 roofs, whatever we're going to put in there. But, is it going to be a monstrosity of crap sitting out everywhere? That's my biggest concern.
Thank you, sir.
Hello, my name's Rhonda Carlisle, and I live at 4218 Wilkesview Drive. I'm directly across the street from this property we're talking about. I didn't want any driveway, anything cut down, because I don't want it coming over my, and that was my biggest concern. Okay?
We do have one question for staff, Councilman Ledford.
Thank you, Chairman. Brian, will you go over those conditions for me one more time?
Sure, they're on the screen right now
There you
too.
go.
No curb cuts on Wilkesview Drive, which is I think where the lady at opposition lives, and then accessory uses such as drive-through facilities and outdoor storage as identified in table 3841.1 use metrics are prohibited.
Does that include or identify this as closed in or open air?
No, it'd be outdoor storage.
Outdoor storage, so it can be outdoors. No cover is my question.
It has to be indoor.
Indoor
storage.
So this has to be indoor storage. So
Yes.
enclosed. I feel
Yes.
like I'm asking it the wrong way.
No,
This
it's
is indoor.
Indoor.
Yes, sir. Okay.
Yes, because
I
that
think that
really says outdoor storage.
Well, I was listening to, I remember you from Joe King case. Yeah, those are good questions. I will make sure that those two are specifically answered. Ma'am, I think the curb cut was answered as well. Thank you. Thank you.
What's
Yes, I
the will,
believe the,
what's the will of the commission? We have a motion to approve with conditions.
second it, but I think Professor Jones had a comment.
Well, probably not if he has a motion to approve with conditions. And it was seconded. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. All right, next case on the agenda is case 5. It's 2024-0197, and this is at 2010 Anderson Avenue, and it's an application to rezone from R1 to TRN1. And staff is recommended to deny the applicant's request. Is there any opposition present? You're here in opposition? Okay, fantastic. Thank you. And is the applicant present? All right, thank you. Yep. All right, Mr. Schultz.
We also had written opposition to this as well.
Yes.
2024-197, this is a request to rezone from R1 residential zone to TRN1 traditional residential neighborhood. The equivalency zoning of this property would be RN15, which is a 5,000 square foot lot. Proposed use is urban infill housing. You can see on the zoning map, it's basically everything to the north, south, east, and west is R1 zoning, which would be transitioned into RN15. There's some R4 to the northeast or northwest. This is roughly 0.14 acres in size. The number of units proposed would be 4 units on this one lot. That's a density of roughly 28.5 dwelling per acre. There's been no zoning history on this property, but there has been to that R4 to the northwest, sorry. To the north is single-family vacant land. To the east of this side is single-family detached. To the south and west is single-family detached. Here's a view of the site. North of the site. South of the site. And east of the site. West of the site. You see all the immediately abutting dwellings are single-unit detached. This property is in the the historic River to Ridge plan adopted in 2022. The place type recommendation is urban residential. The plan goes, the primary uses are single family detached and ADUs. Multi-unit residential is considered as a secondary use in the plan. Here's a closer view of that place type. It's urban residential, the single family overlay. Here's a site plan submitted with a request. You can see it's 4 units on one lot. This request is not compatible with adopted land use plan, nor is it compatible with adjacent land uses, which is single family detached, or the development form of the area. Again, primary uses include single family detached. Attached housing is a secondary use based on review criteria listed in the plan. We reviewed the secondary use criteria and it does not meet the criteria as listed in the plan. The surrounding uses are single unit detached. There's no multi-unit zone property near this site. Introducing multi-unit residential zone this location will set the precedent for future requests. The more appropriate use of this property would be a single unit detached dwelling with an ADU on the property. So staff recommended to deny this request.
Thank you, Mr. Schultz. Any questions for staff?
I think there's a typo on the agenda. This is definitely not in City District 7 because it's in Highland Park. Can we see if it's an 8 or 9?
We'll check.
Okay, thank you. That's what I figured. It's 9? Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Jones.
Alan Jones, Stone Creek Consulting. So this site on Anderson Avenue is a unique street within the Highland Park neighborhood. When I first reached out to Coonrod on the site, her first comment was, "Well, Highland Park likes a variety of housing options." She says, "Go talk to Emerson, who's the president of the neighborhood association." So I've reached out to Emerson. He had multiple meetings with neighbors in the community, and when I talked to him this morning, he said, by and large, everyone's okay with it. He goes, the neighbors were like, if it's a large single family house or a large multifamily house, who cares? That was their general comments from the neighborhood. So from a form, the building's massing is going to be the same, whether it's a large single family home or something that can accommodate 4 smaller units on the property. If you look at Anderson Avenue as a whole, if you look at the greater context of the neighborhood, just to the north of it is where Temple University used to be, which has been kind of carved up into different organizations. Chattanooga Leadership Academy, a church has owned portions of it. So Anderson Avenue is really kind of starting to become that transition zone, that transitional street between this the institutional use to the north and then to the residential to the south. If you go over just one block over to the east, it's already R2, which allows, with the new zoning code, allows townhomes and duplexes, and the R3 allows multi-units, which is just catty-cornered just outside of this plan view. So, after talking to the neighborhood association, after talking to Councilman Coonrod, everyone seems to be in support of this rezone request to allow multiple units on one lot. And I believe Gary actually owns property across the street, so I'll let him speak.
Thank you. We'll hear from.
Glad I'm here today. I'm Gary Ball. I live at 116 East and West Road on Lookout Mountain. This is very interesting. Been an interesting experience for me today. If you'll bear with me just a minute, I think I can help all of this. I was here for that very first episode, and Mr. Lay used the word change. And that's where we are. And Ethan knows that. I've been in that area 35 years before I turned the business over to my sons. This is not the same place it was 35 years ago. It's not. It's not going to be. To bring some flavor into this that people wouldn't know, and these people should have put it in this to you all. C&E brought the missing middle to Ridgedale over 12 years ago. We got more multifamily fourplexes down there on Macaulay and in the neighborhood than you could count anymore. And so our community didn't oppose it. I've been in all the charrettes since 1997. Ridgedale was the only neighborhood we didn't do like Highland Park. We left the R2 zoning, the R3. We left whatever was in there standing for the future, so we wouldn't be in the past. So here we got this guy trying to do something that's in the future. I own the stuff across the street. We've got a railroad that was abandoned 20 some years ago. We got gravel street in front of these properties. Gravel streets in the 21st century. Why? We could have on-street parking there. We got a 50-foot right-of-way. This guy does. Why doesn't the city, RPA, they need to think about these things as they're looking at areas that are going to go through a metamorphosis and come into something else. I've been there, watched Ethan, Milltown. It was nothing. Look at it now. It's not the same. We're not in the same times. This is just a glorified big house. I own the double lot across the street. I'm probably not going to develop it, but somebody ought to be able to do something there that's a statement development someday. And they ought to be able to park on the street, not have gravel streets in 2024. It doesn't make any sense. So I would ask you all to think over whoever this one person is. I used to hate to come to these things and have somebody say, well, somebody sent an email, some coward that just wanted to stir the pot instead of coming down here and speaking the truth. So I would ask you, as somebody that worked hard in that neighborhood for 35 years, to make sure it's ready for the 21st century, to approve this, and let's move forward and do something with the street RPA. Try to get Public Works to to do some on-street parking out there. Thank you.
Before you step away, I just wanted to thank you for all your involvement in that community. And there's no doubt that you've been present here with us many a day.
Oh, yeah.
And
you're one of the fruits of my coming down here over the years. Milltown wouldn't be there.
I agree.
We hadn't worked with Oak Grove over the years.
You've done a great job. But to your point in regards to RPA and your comment about the street, I think I'd like to, if I could, just allow Dan to speak to that. Just because, and I'll give Dan his talking points here. The city is and has been working on a new area plan. There is a lot of work being done that hasn't been done over the last couple decades that RPA and our mayor's office are working on diligently to address the very things you're talking about. Staff's recommendation to deny this, well, I wasn't in those meetings. I do know that they are based on those area plans and the zonings that we had available when those area plans were established. So I hear you. I appreciate your involvement in the community and your support of this rezoning, but I can't miss the opportunity to allow Dan to speak just in defense of RPA and the work that they've been doing over the last couple of years in particular. So thank you, Dan.
Mr. Chairman, again, I'll just say it is not RPA's plan. We are the staff to the city council and city government and to the county government and county commission. Because we absolutely, when we get done, want this to be the county board of commissioners plan in the county, city council in the city. Because again, we deserve to have good plans in this community going forward. And the big reason we're doing a lot of this is for exactly this issue. We absolutely, I give so much credit to our public works folks in the city and the county, but they can't do miracles. They need more money to work on roads, to fix turn lanes, fix intersections, fix sidewalks. So we're going to have to figure that out in the coming years. But absolutely, this is, again, great time to be talking about the Area 3 plan. This is in Area 3, and it's a draft, and y'all aren't going to see it until February. And we don't expect you to adopt it the first time you see it, but please think about it and look at it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, well,
yes,
two
sir.
things then. Number one, there's a fourplex built right down on the next corner. So why that wasn't mentioned to y'all, it was done last year. Right down on half a block from this. But second of all, to speak to what these people have said over and over and again in here, and I've went through it for 25 years. I bought the property with my company at a back tax sale for $11,000, probably 10 years ago across the street, two of them. Nobody wanted that land then, but I bought it looking to the future. So if these people are doing what they're saying, I kept that land being greedy from my sons. I said, well, I'll take some of this land out of the company before I give it to you, because I knew it had great potential. But if they're working on this, why don't I, as a business owner and now as a private property owner, why don't I know about this? I could have brought these kind of things to the table. So all of this is still being done in a vacuum. So that's my only complaint with what you're saying. It's great they're doing it, but the people that own that property, they ought to at least know, not the president of Highland Park Neighborhood Association or whoever might know. So again, inclusion of people, and that's the biggest thing that came out of this last election. It wasn't about the people running; it was about people wanting a voice. And so I could help them. We could help them, but don't go through a design process and not meet with the people and explain why you didn't fix that road for 20 years. That's all I'm saying. So this guy, maybe from what I'm hearing, he needs to withdraw this probably and then come back. So that's my 2 bits.
Thank you, Mr. Ball. Mr. Jones.
My only comment is I know we have support from the community neighborhood and from the councilwoman, so I asked to move forward with this.
Thank you. Mr. Wild.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I built those 4 units down the street, and I lived in Highland Park for a long time. Subsequently, I vice chairman of the board at C&E. You know, I think that you look at the shape of this house, it looks just exactly like the other houses next to it, just has 4 units to it. I think that the people in Highland Park are comfortable with this. I think I'm going to make a motion to move to approve.
Second. We have a motion to approve, and it has been properly seconded. Is there any discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
I'm going to say something radical since it's about the 3rd time today.
Well, now,
There's a lot of neighborhoods in Chattanooga that could probably have triplexes and quadruplexes, and I think it was just a great thing. But we got to go slow. You know, folks, there's a lot of folks that don't feel the way I do about quadruplexes and triplexes and duplexes. So again, I don't want you to think we're in opposition. No, I'm not personally in opposition to this stuff. I love it.
yeah. Yeah. I mean, I hear you, because for as many times as there's, I mean, every just to remind everybody, you know, C&E would come up here and Martina would be the applicant, or Jake or Justin, and they'd want to put a quadplex or a duplex in the middle of the neighborhood, and it'd be a room full of opposition. So, and those same people that are coming in opposition to the planning commission meetings in the past are not here today, which is a testament to the work that's been done by Mr. Jones in this particular case and Mr. Ball over the last couple of years. And but they're not always in support of things like this. So it's great that they're in support of this one, clearly, and I appreciate y'all's hard work on it. Thank you. Next case on the agenda, item 6, case 2024-0198, and this is located at an unaddressed property in the 400 block of White Road, and it is an application to rezone from A1 to R1, and staff is recommended to approve with conditions. Is there any opposition present?
Mr. Chairman, we did receive opposition emails.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Well, we'll hear from staff, the applicant, and then opposition. Thank you.
This is case 2024-198. This is a request to rezone from A1 Agriculture District to R1 single family for single family subdivision. It's roughly 13.95 acres in size. The number of units proposed are 50. That's a density of 3.58. Look at the zoning map. There's a history of R1 rezonings in this area. You have R1 to the north and south and east. And to the west, you have R2 and A1. So there's a mixture of residential zones in this area. There's been no zoning history for this particular site. Adjacent uses include single unit residential to the north and vacant land. To the east is single unit residential. To the south is single unit residential. And to the west of this site is single unit. So everything abutting this property is single unit detached residential. Here's a view of the site. This is east of the site, again, single unit detached. West of the site. South of the site. So you can see in this area, there's a history of single unit detached dwellings. This property is in our most recent land use plan for the county. It's White Oak Mountain Plan, which is adopted in 2019. The place type recommendation was suburban residential. Those primary uses are single unit detached residential. Here's a view of the site plans. Again, it's 50 single family lots of one entrance off East Brainerd Road. To the back, there is some floodway issue. This request is compatible with adopted land use plan. It would be compatible with adjacent land uses and development reform. The request is an extension of existing zone. As I showed earlier, there is a budding R1 property. The developer has secured and reserved sewer capacity from WWTA for 50 lots, and we have that letter on file. Based on that information, staff recommended to approve with the following 2 conditions. Provide road connectivity for future development on adjacent parcel, which is listed here, the tax map parcel number to the north, and a maximum density of 50 residential lots. So approve subject to 2 conditions.
Thank you, Mr. Schultz. Any questions for staff before we hear from you? All right, Mr. Jones.
Good afternoon, Alan Jones. So I just want to start out with the reason Councilman Hester is also here. I was going to go and just let him speak first, if that's okay. just to let him give you an update on the community.
Hester's gotten a lot of.
Hester was my last case. Sorry, Dalton.
How are y'all today? Thank you, Chair. Due to the holidays, we were unable to get a community meeting put together in a timely manner, so we have not had one yet. But I am just bringing some feedback from my neighbors as I live in this neighborhood, or the adjacent neighborhood. So my neighbors have had concerns about the point of egress. The map doesn't really show it, but it's kind of in a blind turn. Yeah. And it drops pretty steeply. They're concerned about that. They're also concerned with the density. It's a little more dense than what is in the surrounding area, even though it would be on sewer. I think one of the adjacent neighborhoods is as well, but it's less dense. And just the general concerns of traffic, schools, etc. I just wanted to pass that along. We will be having a community meeting actually 2 days from now, so we're a little late, but fortunately I'll get to hear more from my constituents before we vote on the issue. Thank y'all.
Thank you.
Just want to give Commissioner Helton the opportunity to speak first. So with this property, the property owners, they've owned this property for a long time. The gentleman that owns it's in the 70s, and he was looking to pass this off to his children, and nobody in his family wanted to buy it. And so with everything around him being R1 already, the agricultural area is kind of diminished. So he said he's looking at putting the property up for sale. So my client does have this under contract with the intentions of looking at doing a single family R1 subdivision. If you look at the density, the density in the area is probably closer to 2.63 units an acre. That's because most of the subdivisions in this area were developed prior to Hamilton County increasing the lot or decreasing the lot size for the R1, which is now a little bit smaller lot than most of these were developed. The property the subdivision is just to the south is probably the newest subdivision. I think it's Sweet Pecan Lane. Those are about 10,000 square foot lots. So they are a little bit larger lots. But if you go, Brian, if you wouldn't mind, flip over to the land plan or the site plan that we submitted. So we were trying to be intentional and especially being respectful to the properties that we're backing up to on Sweet Pecan Lane. We're looking at is putting in a 25-foot buffer that's going to be owned by the HOA, which would be a permanent green space between the subdivisions. And I think that's going to be, because we are a little bit smaller lot size, having that 25-foot landscape buffer between the subdivisions kind of helps maybe provide a little bit more of that natural green space that they've seen in the past. The biggest concern I've heard through neighbors is the traffic and the ingress and egress to the site. That's something that we're going to have to continue to work with Hamilton County engineers, their engineers at the traffic department, and also our engineers and staff to figure out the best way to provide safe ingress and egress to the site. But we are in agreement with the recommendation from planning.
Thank you. Yes, sir. Come on up. If you're here and you want to speak and you're in opposition.
In opposition, yes. Thank you,
Yes,
Chairman.
thank you.
I'm Dr. Walter Phillips. I live at 1896 Sedgefield Drive, but here today I'm for Board of Directors for Stonebrook Condominium Owners Association at 1412 Sedgefield Drive. And I'm president of the Board of Directors, so I'm here representing the Board of Directors and Stonebrook owners. First, let me say we're not against continued growth in Hamilton County. However, we are concerned about the growth not supported by roads capable of meeting the demands of the new growth. East Brainerd Road is currently undergoing expansion. This construction is years behind the massive growth already experienced in the area. Since the last East Brainerd Road construction, the area has undergone extensive phenomenal growth. Many new subdivisions have been or are being developed in the East Brainerd Road and Ooltewah-Ringgold Road vicinity. The enclave at Ooltewah-Ringgold Road at East Brainerd Road is home now, of course, to Publix, Starbucks, several other businesses and growing. And across from the enclave on East Brainerd Road is a car wash and a new storage facility. Next to the Food City property there, a new Valvoline oil change business is under construction, and expansion is ongoing in this area. Additionally, you have Westview Elementary School and East Hamilton High School that produce their own traffic congestion. There are times in the day when you're traveling east on East Brainerd Road toward Ringold Road, at the entrance of Rolling Ridge subdivision, it may take as many as 20 minutes or longer to navigate from the Rolling Ridge entrance to the intersection of Ringold Road. At the intersection of Fuller Road and East Brainerd Road in the county jurisdiction, from November 2023 to November 2024, there have been 11 crashes, resulting in 5 people being injured and 6 resulting in the property damage. An additional traffic light could have prevented some, if not all, of these accidents, and this is before any additional development in the area. Ringold Road has become a frequently utilized route for very large tractor trailer trucks, which add, of course, to the congestion on East Brainerd Road. More traffic because of the continued development taking place in the area without a road system capable of managing the increased traffic is problematic and needs attention. And we respectfully submit this from the Board of Directors of Stonebrook Condominium Owners Association. Thank you.
Thanks, sir.
Hello, Jeff Mockle, 9615 Pecan Springs Circle. My neighborhood is adjacent to the proposed development. And when you go to the one screen, I'm the little tiny house is number 3 on the lot. I found out about the development about a month ago whenever there was large, heavy equipment pretty much tearing down trees behind my house. I understand with the holiday and whatnot, there's not been any discussion with any of our neighbors or surrounding neighbors as far as what's going on, other than just receiving this notice in the mail that there was a hearing today to discuss what was proposed. Obviously, I would prefer to have trees behind my lot, but I understand that, you know, I can plant trees, I can put in a lot of things to prevent the growth. My larger concern is the number of homes, and this is phase 1 that's proposed. And I know there's a phase 2 that's getting proposed because there's a total of 23 acres. I know they are developing 50 homes on this current proposal. But in addition to that, there's going to be additional homes that are going to be built like in that same lot that Roger currently owns. I agree with the doctor. My main concern is not so much not having my privacy, it's the congestion that we already have with that area. White Road's a relatively narrow, windy road, and 50 homes, each home's going to have 2 drivers, if not more. So you're looking at another 125 to 130 drivers coming in onto White Road, making a right onto Fuller, which is only about 30 yards before you get onto East Brainerd. I've witnessed myself at least 14 to 15 accidents, and all I do is go to work and I come home, you know. So I'm sure that there's probably more fender benders and accidents that happen at the curve there because it's an incredibly dangerous intersection. I know that there is expansion planned. I don't know if there's going to be lights or anything additional. I don't know if White Road, they're going to have a turnoff, you know, for the subdivision for folks to actually get in and out more safely. I can just say over the past 10 years, the traffic has increased immensely. It's great to live in a great area. It's great to live in a development area where people want to move and grow. But with the schools at Westview Elementary and probably at least 25 to 30 subdivisions that's been built in Applicant and Ringold Road, I mean, you feel like you win the lottery when you get out to the end of Fuller Road and East Brainerd and not have cars coming, because right now we're having to give ourselves at least 10 extra minutes to get to church. I got to give about 20 minutes extra to get to work, and it's taking me 30 minutes extra to get home because of the traffic. I mean, you can pretty much know that you're going to get stuck going up the hill, and there's going to be about a mile of traffic currently right now between there and the light at Ringold Road. You know, so my concern is, I would suggest if the development's going to go forward that we revisit the number of homes that are going to be back there. I think 50 in phase 1 and additional homes is going to be way too many.
Thank you, sir. Any questions? Mr. Jones?
As I was mentioned earlier, we will be having a community meeting on Thursday just to talk about, particulars of the site. And we'll continue to work with county commissioners and county staff as far as looking at, the safest way to do, whether it's improvements we could do on our own property or offsite improvements along White Road to make sure that this is a viable, a safe and viable connection onto White Road. To try to address the density, so WWTA, if you're not aware, has actually put a moratorium for any sewer taps in this area. We were able to secure the 50 lots for this development. It's going to be phased out over a 3-year period. So the homes are going to be coming online, roughly a third of them over the next 3 years. It's not like we're dumping 50 homes next week on site. It's going to be a phased development just because of the regulations with WWTA. As far as the future expansion, that's a, developer would, yes, he would love to hopefully purchase the additional properties in the future. But at this point, there's no plans for that because there's no sewer available. So,
Councilman Ledford.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is actually Commissioner Helton. You mentioned that due to the holidays, the community meeting is scheduled for 2 days from now, which is relatively close. 3 days, my bad. 3 days. Will that give you enough time, do you feel, to gain a consensus to move to commission with a recommendation?
I believe so.
Okay.
I believe so. It's
if you said 3 weeks, that probably would change things, but 3 days works for you?
yeah, we put it together last week. Everybody's aware. So we're gonna try to shake the bushes, get people out and have a good discussion.
Okay, very good. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Chairman,
Yes, sir.
I'd like to propose an amendment to add a condition of a traffic study and for the developer to follow any of the recommendations from a traffic study.
Traffic study typically is what triggered by how many lots? 200 lots for a quarter of that. That's a precedent I'd hate to set. We know this is an intersection and we're going to have to address from an engineering standpoint. I hate to make that a recommendation when we're all going to be working with your staff or make it a requirement. We just, as far as going through the $10,000 paperwork to say, we know we need to make improvements. Does that make sense?
We just don't have any recent data on this road. Don't have any recent traffic counts. So
we can do a traffic count, but doing a full out blown study is a totally different story.
would you commit to a turn lane?
Let me talk with, let's have the neighborhood meeting and we can work out those conditions, I think, between now and we'll get to the county level.
I'm gonna stand with my amendment.
Yeah, at the moment we don't. Do you want to make a motion?
Yeah, I want to make a motion to add a condition of a traffic study and for the developer to follow any of the recommendations.
Well, he's making a motion. I think he's moving to approve. If my understanding is correct, you're moving to approve.
Moving to approve and add
with
that condition.
conditions,
Yes.
with the added for say it again.
A traffic study and for the developer to follow any of the recommendations of that traffic study.
Okay, so we have a motion. I need a second. And it has been properly seconded. Is there any discussion? All in favor, say aye. Mr. Maybe. Sorry, I just happened to look to my left as I was saying aye, and I figured you weren't that far ahead of me. Did you want to say something?
I do share some concern with setting the precedent on the 50 lots is maybe potentially triggering a traffic study. But I do understand your concerns, Commissioner Nathan's concerns there that road has not been studied in a while. I'm also know that Commissioner Helton is going to be following this closely, and I think he can will likely work with the developer to address those concerns as they go forward. And just to make sure I do understand how the process works is before any of this would be approved for development permits or construction permits, you would have to have approval from for the preliminary plat. So just some thoughts on that one. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ray. Any other discussion? Yes, sir, Commissioner.
Yeah, I agree with Commissioner Maybe. I think the traffic study may be just a little too much for a 50-foot
or 50 lot subdivision. And again, I think with working through the community with Commissioner Health and between the community meeting and the time that we meet in the county commission, I think if there's some other ideas we can throw out there, maybe a dedicated turn line, or a dedicated turn lane or something like that, we can possibly factor that in, or at least at the zone, during the zoning committee. That's my opinion. Thank you, Chairman.
Yes, sir.
I would just say through the regular permitting process, we don't typically do traffic counts and that kind of stuff. So we would have no idea whether a turn lane's warranted or not or anything without a traffic study. So I'd like for my motion to stand, and if it's decided that it's not necessary to remove that at county commission.
We have a motion. We've had discussion. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye. Any opposed?
No.
All right, we'll do a roll call. Mr. Schultz, you going to keep count for me? All right, starting on my far right. Entertain a motion.
Yeah, second.
We have a motion to approve with conditions. It has been properly seconded. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Next case on the agenda is item 7. It's case 2024-0199, and this is located at 7978 and 8012 Shallowford Road, and it's an application to rezone from R1 and R4 to RN3. Hey, can y'all step outside? Staff is recommended to approve this applicant's request with conditions. Is there any opposition present? All right, and is the applicant present? All right. Mr. Schultz.
This is case 2024-199. This is a request to rezone from R1 residential zone and R4 special zone with conditions to RN residential neighborhood zone with conditions. Just a reminder, the equivalency zonings for this this property with split zoning designation would be the R1 would go to RN16, and the R4 would go to the institutional zone because at the time it was rezoned, they had a condition of assisted living facility only. Proposed use is a 5-story, 200 unit multifamily building for 55 plus age residents. It's roughly 13.4 acres in size. Number of units is 200. It's a density of 55.87. See, zoning map, it's a mixture of zones of this location from R1 to R2 to RTZ. Again, there is some zoning history on this property. In 2018, this property is rezoned from R1. A portion of this property is rezoned from R1 to R4 with conditions. One of those conditions was assisted living facility only. To the east in 2019, there was a PUD placed on the R1 piece of property. So there's been some history of zoning in this area. Again, this property is zoned R4, but it has 6 conditions. Use is assisted living facility only. Buildings shall be set back from Shallowford Road 200 feet. Building height restricted to 3 stories. Trash pickup between 8 a.m. and 5 p.m. Development limited to 1 curb cut, and signage to be a maximum of 6 feet by 10 feet or 60 square feet. That's the existing conditions on the property. To the north is single unit residential. To the south is single unit. To the east is vacant and multi-unit residential. And to the west is vacant and single unit residential. Here's a view of the site. North of the site. South of the site. East of the site. This property is located in the East Brainerd Area 11 plan, which was adopted in 2022. The place type recommendation was suburban residential. Primary uses include single unit detached residential. As I mentioned before, the case is rezoned. The property was rezoned in 2018. That was well before this plan was put into place. So it recommends suburban residential today. Here's a closer view of the place type recommendation, which again is suburban residential. Here's the site plan that was submitted, or conceptual plan submitted with the case. This request does not align with the plan recommendation for predominantly low density or low intensity single family detached residential neighborhood. However, as I stated earlier, in 2018, this property was already rezoned to set the pattern in this area. The R4 zone may be appropriate with conditions at this location. The request with staff's proposed conditions is compatible with adjacent residential zoning. These conditions are intended to address the massing and potential allowable height of the proposed development and align the proposal more closely with the plan recommendations. So staff recommends to approve with 7 conditions, and I highlighted in blue and red where they're the same conditions from 2018. Maximum building height of 3 stories. That was the same condition back in 2018. The applicant wishes to go 5 stories. Maximum density of 200 residential units. That's the same as the applicant's request. This is new, condition by staff. 8.4 acres of the site shall be reserved for conservation and shall not include required parking or multifamily residential structures. Condition number 4 is the same as the applicant's request and the same as it was back in 2018. Buildings shall be set back 200 feet from Shalford Road. Condition number 5 is the same as before. Trash pickup between 8 and 5. Number 6 is the same as before, limiting the development to 1 curb cut. Less determined, additional curb cuts determined for life and safety during permitting. And condition number 7 is the same as before in terms of signage. A monument sign to be a maximum of 6 feet by 10 feet or 60 square feet. So staff recommends to approve with modified conditions from the applicant with 7 conditions.
Any questions for staff? Mr. Price?
Thank you, Mike Price, MAP Engineers. So this case has been heard by this board several times over the years. And so it's a difficult site. It is challenged with topography. It's also challenged as it relates to access. And then you have 8.4 acres that is set aside in a conservation easement, which also, in order to achieve the goals and tenants as it relates to the desired use of that 8.4 acres, also creates some development hurdles to overcome as it relates to how the 5 acres is utilized. So the developer at this point is requesting to go to 5 stories in order to be able to maximize that area. And it again has conditions as it relates to 200 feet from Shalford Road. So we think that that's appropriate in regards to a 5-story building not being located right up adjacent to the right of way or just within the setbacks of what would normally be required there off of Shalford Road, but instead to be set back some 200 feet from the road. I did have a couple of questions as it related to staff. One is on number 3 on the conditions of the 8.4 acres. It says one of the conditions shall not include required parking. I'm assuming that's required parking for the building proposed, and it probably would be good to add that language because there has been some discussion about us providing parking on the 8.4 acres for individuals that would be of the public to come and visit the area and utilize that space for going out and enjoying nature and that sort of thing. So it might be good just to put a little clarification as it relates to the parking. But otherwise, as it relates to the staff conditions, we're fine with what's been proposed. If there's any questions, happy to answer those.
We do have at least one. Councilman Ledford.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So Mike, this project's been hanging around for quite some time. The property does have its challenges. And so as it stands now, we have a 3-story maximum height. The 5, I think, quite frankly, is too much.
Okay.
I think the 5 is too much. So I'm going to make some recommendations because if you would walk with me down the engineering path.
Okay.
I think this would quell some of the concerns and also visually handle what we need to happen. So I'm gonna ask if we can go to 4 stories. So being fair, split that. The maximum density you've asked for 200. Staff has recommended 200. 200 triggers a second entrance. I would like to know if you would go to like 190.
Yes, sir. We could do that.
190. Oh, well,
yes.
I was shooting for. All right, I'll take it. And I've been working with the Urban Century Institute, and I have the copy of the preservation. This land, this is an interesting site. When we visited this before, putting almost 10 acres into conservation and creating a walking, something very unique. And actually around the corner, I hope to make an announcement about another 15 acres that will be very soon.
Okay.
That would not far from that on Jenkins.
Okay.
So I'll kind of leave that out there for you to marinate with. And so this conservation is I think a good step. I would like to, Brian, if you don't mind, that on number 3, would you please not include required parking for the structure? Because in the drawings that we worked with in the conservation plan is a walking path that's around there and some nature stops. There was a parking lot to accommodate, and we need parking. We all know that. So if we can make that change. But in order to kind of mitigate that visual height, now we're already down 1, and I did drive around the area. Not far from Jenkins is a 4-story structure that is set back even further. And when I drove by, there's on Jenkins as you go towards US Express, I thought, hey, that further setback eliminates that visual. I mean, it's almost the same. So I'm going to ask, can you push that building back to 300 feet?
If you'll give me some time after opposition speaks and let me answer that question.
Okay, because if you push that back, then that goes with our kind of plan is step back in height as we work in other zones. And that gave me the visual that I think would literally mitigate. You wouldn't know the difference between the 3 and the 4 now if you're back another 100 feet.
Okay.
And if you can do that, I think that helps. Trash pickup, fine. Development, 1 curb cut. That's getting down below the 200, and I appreciate that. The number 7, not real interested in that one right now, and I'll tell you why. We have a new sign code draft that's coming through.
Okay.
And I would like for us to work on that in between now and council.
Okay.
And see what the new sign code draft tells us, because I think it's a good draft. It's a very good ordinance draft. Thank you, Darian, and everyone else. And yes, and Emily, thank you. She's looking at me. Don't you dare not leave me out. It's one of the most comprehensive sign ordinances that I've looked at. And yes, I've looked at a few because kind of in the industry. And I would like to match it up before we go to council. So I'd like to, and plus I don't think it lives in zone. So I want to remove number 7.
Okay, that makes, we'll adhere to whatever the new signed ordinance is at that time.
But I'm throwing a lot at you because I've given this one a lot of thought, and I've talked to several folks, and I'm hoping that will mitigate the concerns, but is also fair to what is already on the table. So I don't know if that's, Brian, do I need to go through that with you?
No, I'm good. I got it all marked up. And I was just
Do
saying,
you have it all? Because that was kind of lengthy and
well, basically going from 3 stories to 4 stories, number of units to 190, add required parking for structure, take out number 7. And I think just to clarify, number 7, we did check the sign code, the new sign code, it matches up with that. But
okay, but I think we're okay there. And then make sure on number 4, I think moving that back even further mitigates the height concern. And if that's, I don't know if that's.
Give me after opposition, I should have an answer.
Okay, I gave you an engineering feat, and I apologize, but
that's okay.
But the further we get away, the better.
Understood.
Okay, thank you.
All right, we had some folks here in opposition. Ma'am, are you the only one that wants to speak? Is there anybody else that wants to speak? Yes, ma'am. Name and address.
I'm Tammy Dixon. I live at 8017 Shalford Road. And to give you an idea, we are across the street and 3 houses down from this development. I have several concerns, but a main concern I have is that this development backs up to a blind hill. When you come out of our driveway, I don't turn left. I'm too afraid to. It's a 2-lane, very narrow street. And anyone coming over that hill, I could not see them until it's too late. So I always turn right, go down to the church and come back and turn left. Also, where they are talking about coming out is directly across the street from a church that is there. And the church is so concerned about the traffic that they have a policeman there to direct traffic on Sundays when they have services. Putting 200 plus cars in this area to come out on this narrow 2-lane road is going to be extremely dangerous. If I go to work in the morning before 8 o'clock, traffic is backed up more than half a mile from the stop. It's a stop sign or a roundabout at the bottom. There's not a light. So It's backed up half a mile over the hill, and it would be directly where these cars will come out. It's just too dangerous. The second thing, if they had had a community meeting, and we knew exactly what was planned, and the sign that was put up for this meeting was hid in foliage, it's not easily seen. I called neighbors beside me, and they had not even seen the sign. That would have helped us a lot. I wish that a delay for 30 days could be held for them to have a community meeting. Mr. Price has done other developments around us, and before he has had those community meetings, we've been allowed to ask questions, develop solutions to the concerns. This time there hasn't been that. And I wish that we could delay approval on this until at least the meetings and some of the concerns could be addressed. That's all I have.
Thank you, ma'am.
So let me address that. Ma'am, I thank you for coming in. You live across the street down, so you live in the county. You're in the county. Okay, just you're in the county. You may or may not have, and I apologize. I don't know if you did get a notice, but because I don't know, Brian will have to answer that. It does it count? Because this is a city project.
Well, we bail out property owners.
Does
So
it-
300, it's 300-foot radius.
Okay, so it does cross over. We don't look at
We
the
used to
city
do-
and county.
It doesn't matter if it's city or county does. It's
Okay.
anybody's abutting.
Good. I'm glad to hear that. Well, the duly noted. So I'm glad you're here, and I'm glad Mr. Price is here. This will move on to, this has been in the media. It's been, I know I've been tracking it quite a bit. That's probably why you're here. Sure. And there is obviously the church, but Mr. Price, have you reached out and made an effort to talk to, I know you've talked to DeMars, the next door adjacent. Is that right?
Lamar's.
Lamar, sorry, my apologies. And they are
not opposed to it.
I did not hear that. Yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't hear they were. Okay. So here's what I'm going to ask. Because of the notability in the public, I'm going to ask you to talk with some folks
I'll get
between
with her.
now and council, because ma'am, I always have the option to defer it at council. And now that we're here, I do think that with these conditions, because we do have an establishment that's already on the books, we're not going above what they can do. It's now the form of it. And I want to help ensure that we mitigate the concerns. I'm also going to ask that we go through the CDOT and we go through our CDOT and make sure that any recommendations are followed. I'm not going to put that as a condition because I know that's already going to happen. And that could be a recommendation for a turn lane. And like down the street at the Guild, that was also required, and that has helped. I travel that road almost every day, so I know exactly where you live. And that hill, and I'm glad we have the sign, and people do tend to fly over that hill. And so maybe there is also some measures that we can employ that will help with that, because that is something. I'm so glad the police officers are there on Sunday morning. That helps. That's going to help in the future too. But I do encourage that we have this conversation. And like I said, I always have the option to keep this on a deferral. But I think that given what we have worked through, and you're going to answer about 300 square feet or 300 feet back. I threw that was quite a feat, Mike.
Well, it's always good to have a great staff. So we can do the 300 feet as a condition, and CDOT will require us.
Hold on. Twice I've heard reference to CDOT. There is no CDOT.
Excuse me.
So let's just call it what it is, because CDOT does not exist.
There you go.
It is formally. It is the Division of Engineering and Department of Public Works. So
So
I'm not gonna let it stand here at Planning Commission. There is no CDOT.
We're gonna have to.
we have new zoning designations. We have new, obviously department.
And some new acronyms
yeah,
for
I'm-
city government.
Yeah, I'm all confused, but it's
Just call it Public Works.
Public Works, to their credit, they will require us to do a traffic study. Their requirement, for instance, would not require us if we were at 50, but because we're at 190, we will have to do one. So we'll do that as part of our due diligence in the engineering as far as that goes.
Okay.
And I'll get with you, ma'am, and we'll arrange a time for a meeting between now and city council.
So we still have a little bit of work to do before we get to council, but I would like those amendments to the conditions noted, and that motion would include those amendments. And that motion is made now.
Second.
We have a motion and it has been seconded. Mr. Schultz, you've got all that information?
Yes, make sure I'm correct. Yep. Changing from 3 stories to 4 stories. Number of units goes from 200 to 190. Condition number 3, add required parking for structures. Number 4, building setbacks change from 200 to 300 feet. And then strike number 7 in regard to the signage.
And that was properly seconded. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Price.
Next case on our agenda is item 8, 2024-0200, and it's located at 8110 Pine Ridge Road. Staff is recommended to approve an applicant's request to rezone from A1 to R5. Is there any opposition present? All right. And is the applicant present? All right.
And we also received email in opposition as well.
Right. And let me just ask again, is the applicant present for this case? This is located at 8110 Pine Ridge Road. All right, we'll take action on it without the applicant present. Mr. Schultz.
Sure, this is a request to rezone from A1 to R5 for single-wide manufactured home. That's roughly 0.38 acres in size. Number of units proposed is 1. That's a density of 2.6. You see to the north, there's a history of R5 in this area, which allows single-wide manufacturing homes. They also could have done a special permit in the existing zoning, but it makes sense to rezone since you have abutting R5. There's been no zoning history for this site. One time there was a single-wide manufacturing home on this property. To the north, a single-unit residential and a mixture of single-wide manufacturing homes. To the south, a single-unit residential, and to the east is vacant. Here's a view of the site. East of the site, which is a church. West of the site. South of the site. This is Pine Ridge Road heading northeast. Heading southwest on Pine Ridge Road. This is in the Area 12 Bottom Mountain Plan, which recommends suburban residential. The primary uses being single-unit detached residential. Here's a closer view of that place type recommendation. The requested zone is an extension of adjacent zones. The request is compatible with adopted land use plan. Adjacent land uses and development reform, so staff recommends to approve with no conditions on this request.
Thank you. Sir.
My name's Kenneth Steiner. I own 3 houses on Pine Ridge Road. At 8125, that's on the opposite side of the road from the lot you want to rezone. That lot originally had a home on it, a house, not a trailer. And that house was torn up with a tornado. It was tore down. The lady lives in Florida that sold that lot to Mr. Lopez. He's wanting to put a single-wide home on it. Well, Pine Ridge Road from Noodle Ringo Road to Bill Reed Road has one single-wide motor home that's been there 40-something years. They may be more, but they're not visible from the road. I don't know, but I know there's only one on Pine Ridge Road that's visible that's probably been there over 40 years. If you come up Pine Ridge Road, where Bill Road is, it dead ends into Bill Reed, then you cross over to Woodland Drive. If you cross Bill Reed over to Woodland Drive, if you go down there and see multiple mobile homes, you can tell what that area looks like. They're not very well maintained. I think it decreased the property value on New Ring Road. I know there didn't many people stand up. I think I had one other guy probably. I actually emailed in, decided to come in myself. The lot is vacant right now. The gentleman has piled up some heat and air units on it. I got a picture of them in my pocket if you want to see them. They've been there for weeks. It's just a vacant lot with all these heat and air units piled up on it. So I'm concerned, because I'm a property owner on that road, about the decrease of property value and looks of the property. They're building nicer homes on Pine Ridge Road. The last 6 or 8 homes on Pine Ridge Road area are probably $500,000 to $600,000 homes.
Let me interrupt you real quick and ask staff a question. Mr. Schultz, this applicant's not present. We can take action on it without him here. There's also a special permit process.
Yeah, well, if this rezoning goes on to county commission denied, he can't come back for 12 months. But yes, he could have said rezoning and apply for special permit.
Can,
That would take this
if
body.
this case is denied today, can he still apply for a special permit?
No.
Okay. All right.
Well, actually, sorry, denied at county commission, not this body.
Sure.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Okay, so whatever action we take today is going to go on to county commission. The applicant may or may not be present there. So just know that. Thank you.
To make a motion to approve.
Second.
It's a surprise. We have a motion to approve, and it has been seconded. I just want to put on the record that the applicant does not live there, which we know for a fact does not live there because there's no house there currently. They also are not present here today with us, and a neighbor who I think owns 3 pieces of property on that street has voiced their concern in regards to how a mobile home might impact the property values. And just putting that on the record that we have somebody here from the neighborhood saying this is not an appropriate use of this property, and an applicant that's not present. So that being said, we have a motion on the floor and it has been seconded. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
All right, we'll do a roll call. You're getting good at counting, aren't you, Mr. Schultz? All right.
Aye.
Okay.
5 yes, 4 no.
Motion carries. Be present at county commission.
No, sir. There's a handout in the very back that has the date. It'll be next month, the same room at 9:30. It's the second Wednesday in January. I don't know who sent us the email in opposition.
All right. Next case on the agenda is item 9, case 2024-0201.
Mr. Chairman, I'll be recusing myself in this case.
You better. Mr. Byrd has left the room. We have a case 2024-0201, and this is located at 3313, 3315, 3317 Pinewood Terrace. Staff has recommended to deny the applicant's request for a rezoning from R1 to RN2 residential neighborhood zone. Is there any opposition present? All right, is the applicant present? Okay, you're gonna be the applicant. Okay. Mr. Schultz.
Yeah, this is 2024-201. This is a request to rezone from R1 residential zone to RN2 residential neighborhood zone. Again, reminded the equivalency zoning of this would be RN15. Proposed use is townhomes. It's roughly half an acre in size. The number of units proposed is 10 units. That's a density of 19.2 dwellings per acre. You can see on the zoning map to the north is R3, which the equivalency mapping would be RN3. Then R2, just above Pinewood, would be RN2. So there's sort of precedence in the area for RN2 in this location. There's been no zoning history on this property. However, 2022 to the east of the site, that property was rezoned from R1 to R2. It's a vacant piece of property. To the north across Pinewood Avenue is single unit residential. You have vacant land to the east, and to the south is single unit. And to the northwest is multi-unit residential. Here's a view of the site from Pinewood Terrace. This is north of the site, some of the multifamily that's nearby. South of the site is single unit. This is Pinewood Terrace heading west. This is west of the site. This is Pinewood heading east. And this is east of the site. There is no land use plan to provide guidance on this property, so we don't have anything in terms of land use plan to look at for guidance. Here's the site plan submitted with the request. It's one entry in with the townhomes fronting Pinewood Terrace. The applicant did supply this image of what the townhomes would look like. So this is the applicant supplied rendering what they could potentially look like. The proposed zone is not compatible with adjacent land uses, and development form is that most adjacent land uses are single unit detached. The development trend area is suburban residential, single unit detached dwellings. Again, there's no land use plan to provide guidance. Staff recommends the applicant seek a rezoning application after the plan Chattanooga is presented and adopted that can provide more guidance about land use changes at this location. So based on those criteria, staff recommends to deny this request.
Thank you, Mr. Schultz. Any questions for staff? All right, we'll hear from the applicant.
Yeah, hey, I'm Grace Wooten with Reagan Smith and at 35 Station Street. The owner wanted me to send her apologies. There was a missed flight and that she could not make it today unexpectedly. But as her representative, I'd like to share a little bit of her vision with the rendering that is presented. Peace at Pinewood is a vibrant and attainable townhouse community proposed to seamlessly integrate into the community and enhance the lifestyle of current and future residents. The proposed site plan includes 10 1 to 3 bedroom, 900 to 1,800 square foot units that promote inclusivity and community enrichment. The owner intends for a portion of the units to be designated to affordable housing that supports seniors and veterans. And this will be based on salary, and median income would be the rent price, the area median income. Other units may be rented or sold at comparable prices within the Chattanooga area. In conclusion, the proposed Peace at Pinewood provides a variety of options for different lifestyles, ultimately adding value and charm to a rapidly growing area while fostering the strong and diverse community. This property, we think, is compatible with surrounding land uses and existing density, including multiple duplexes on Pinewood that are currently present. To the rear, it also abuts R3, and the two sides are 2 vacant lots, as mentioned. The plan has been shared with Councilwoman Coonrod, and she has expressed her full support of this plan. As the owner's representative and getting to know her, her admirable creativity and artistry is very clear to me, and it's really apparent that this is a passion project for her, and it's to be done correctly and with care. And with that being said, we're asking for the commission's support and recommend of approval. And I'd love to address any questions or concerns or comments that you may have.
Councilman Ledford.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you go back to the rendering?
That one or the actual,
No,
this one.
that one. Okay, this is the new requirement for everybody. Just so you know, this is very fortifying in creating a vision, and I applaud you for this. Whoever's doing this artwork is phenomenal. But although it is not in what we should be using to make a determination,
right,
this does help create the vision we've been talking about and the energy that we've talked about so much today. And I just wanted to make a note of that rendering, because we saw a lot of these when we did bigger projects in the past, and it really does help though visualize and that conceptual.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Chairman, I would just like to agree with Councilman Ledford that we really support folks bringing site plans and renderings. And I'd also say this is a great time to be looking at the city plan, which is we're not going to have to look at it officially until February. But there's no area plan in this area. Great time to look at where we might think townhomes belong elsewhere in the city and where they could integrate with the neighborhood. And I do want to say this is called the Peace at Pinewood. I thought she said pizza. It's not pizza at Pinewood, it's Peace.
Yeah, thank you for that correction. That's important. Peace at
I'm just
Pinewood, not pizza.
Any other comments or questions? I had asked if there was any opposition. Was there any? All right. We have a motion to approve and it has been seconded. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
I don't know if the speakers are working back there, but somebody might crack that door and let Nathan know that he can rejoin us. Next case on the agenda is case 2024-0202, and this is item 10. Staff is recommended to deny an applicant's request to rezone from R1 to TRN1. And this is located at 1004 Normal Avenue. Is there any opposition present? And I know Mr. Chambers is here with us.
And Mr. Chairman, we also received emails in opposition as well.
Sure. Mr. Schultz.
Yeah, this is an interesting case. This is a request to rezone. This is 2024-202. This is a request to rezone. Even though on the screen it shows R1, the new equivalency zone will be RN15 for this property. The request is to go from RN15 to TRN1. The proposed use is a single-family dwelling. Due to parcel geometry, the requested zoning will allow the parcel to be buildable in relation to setbacks. It's a very small lot. It's 0.92 acres in size. The number of units proposed is 1. That's a density of 10.86. Just looking at the zoning map, there is no other, would be no other TRN1 zones nearby, as all this area will be equivalency zoned to RN15. There is some history on this property. 3 times. Most recent May of this year, this property owner or somebody, the developer, has been in front of Board of Appeals seeking variances to setbacks. And at 3 times that's been denied. All 3 variance requests were denied by Board of Appeals. Typically where you would go to seek issues such as irregular shaped lots, as this parcel is, that would be the appropriate board to do that and go in front of that board to seek those variances. However, again, all 3 have been denied. So the applicant's coming forward, has a desire to build a home. The only way to do that is through rezoning. It's 1004 Normal Avenue. To the east, a single unit dwelling. To the south, a single unit. And to the west, a single unit. And to the north, a single unit. So everything abutting this property is single unit, detached units. Here's a view of the site. South of the site. East of the site, west of the site, and then north of the site. Unfortunately, this area is also not covered by any long-range plan to offer guidance. Here's the site plan submitted with a request. You can see it's a triangular, as Dan mentioned earlier, pizza-shaped piece of property. Again, ideally, you'd go for Board of Appeals. I think you'd have a good case for variance on this property. The TRN1 traditional residential neighborhood zone is intended to accommodate a neighborhood environment with a mixture of dwelling types, which includes single unit, both attached and detached. You can also allow 2-unit, 3-unit, and 4-unit dwellings in this zone. Rezoning to TRN1 introduces a new zone into the area that may not be compatible with adjacent land uses and development reform. I have on the screen here what the setbacks are if we need to discuss those, but based on those recommendations, staff recommends to deny.
Mr. Schultz, is there another zone that would allow for a house to be built here?
Yes, all the zones allow single family. It's the setbacks. The setbacks
Right,
the issue.
but I mean,
No, we've looked and looked. It's the rear setback, I think, is the issue.
Okay. Mr. Chambers.
I have a question for staff.
Oh, yes, Mr. Lau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Brian, you did say that this has gone to BOZA.
It's gone to BOZA 3 times. I think the most recent was in May. And so you have on the screen, one is in 2019, one is in 2022 and 2024. Every time it's denied at Board of Appeals, you have to wait a year to go back. I mean, this is an irregular shaped lot. You look at the state requirements of what a Board of Appeals can act on. This seems like that would be one of the reasons to act on the variance, but I'm not staff of that board, or nor I sit on that board. I don't know if Rocky can maybe add additional thoughts on why it was denied. But so far they've been there 3 times. So that's, I guess this is their next course of action, is rezone to be able to build a home.
Mr. Chambers.
Sure, Rocky Chambers, Chattanooga Engineering Group, 400 East Main Street. As Brian mentioned, it's been to BOZA a few times. I got involved this year, and so I was actually at the BOZA hearing. I agree. I think it checks all the boxes of what a hardship lot would be. And I was a little curious why BOZA turned it down and didn't really get a good, clear answer. And the vote didn't seem to be based off of the property in front of them. So, I mean, the goal here is to build a single family house on it. It was platted in the 1890s, long before, I think this area, Chris, you'll have to correct me here, but I think long before this part of town was even part of Chattanooga, much less part of the zoning code. And when it was platted in the 1890s, I think the goal was for them to be able to build a house on it. That's what he's trying to do here. The interesting part about it is that public alley that's behind it is not open, but is forcing an even larger setback in the rear, which is further constraining the property. So understandably, the townhouse zone that's being asked for is unusual to build a single family house. But we would be very open to entertaining a condition that would restrict it to being a single family house to alleviate some of the staff's concerns.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Any questions for the applicant?
I'll just confirm that this was not part of Chattanooga when this was platted. You are correct.
Thank you, sir.
All right, we've got somebody here in opposition. I want to make sure we hear from them. Ma'am.
Good evening. My name is Karen Tabor. I live at 906 Normal, and I would like the staff to maintain that this is an unbuildable lot. It's incompatible with the North Shore. I understand the desire to live there. It's a fantastic neighborhood, but incompatible. And that's all I have to say. Next time I will definitely send an email, but this has been very educational to be here for 3.5 hours.
Well, thank you for being here. We very much appreciate it. Mr. Chambers, I unfortunately do not have my reading glasses, and I can't see what those proposed setbacks would be. Can you tell me what those are in that drawing? Is that 555 or 510? And then what's that gray area?
That's the maximum buildable footprint we'd like to use.
And what square footage is that?
I think he's shooting for at least an 800 square foot base floor footprint.
Mm-hmm.
I'd like to do a couple of floors.
So like
around 600 square feet is what
okay.
I'd like to be 800.
Well, I would just like to go on record for the very first time ever making a motion to approve the applicant's request, primarily in light of the fact that BOZA has denied it 3 times, and I have the opportunity to make the motion to approve. So I do hereby make the motion to approve with the condition that it be for single family detached residential only.
Second.
We have a motion and it has been seconded. Any discussion? All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. Oh, yeah.
Mr. Chair, we're getting there. I think we could sit here and grandstand about how frustrating BOZA is, but let's not.
Change our zoning so that a house can be built on a lot that's been platted for a long time. So at least there is a path forward for the property owner. Next case on the agenda is item 13. It's case 2024-025.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman. It's 11, 2024-203.
Oh, you're right. See, I got ahead of myself. So excited. Case 2024-0203 is located at 1926 Hickson Marine Road. And this is an application to rezone from R1 Single Family Residential District to A1 Agricultural District. And staff is recommended to approve. Is there any opposition present?
Motion approved.
We have a motion to approve and it has been seconded. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Next case. We've already taken action on 12. And so the next case is item 13 on the agenda. It's case 2024-0205. And this is located at 7432 Igu Gap Road. And staff is recommended to deny an applicant's request and approve other for rezoning from R1 to TRN3. Is there any opposition present? Mr. Price?
If I might, so what we, Mike Price, MAP Engineers.
Real quick, are you okay with what approve other is or no?
No, but I have an alternate based upon conversations that to save everyone's time, given that you're late in the day, as a suggestion. RN16 is the zoning that is adjacent to us. We have a 100-foot wide lot. In order to get this to 2 lots where we could develop 2 single-family homes, we need to get to a 50-foot wide lot width, which would be RN15. So if the commission would grant RN15, we would be happy with that.
Yeah, he's going.
We have a motion to approve RN15 and it has been properly seconded. Sir, you're here as the owner?
He is the owner. Yes.
Okay. And I asked earlier if there was any opposition. There was none.
Correct.
Any discussion?
Mr. Chair, and just for the hastiness in that motion, I am familiar with this lot and this situation. And I think this is a very viable solution. So I wanted to move us forward.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion
Thank you very
carries.
much.
Thank you. Next item 14, case 2024-0206. This is an application to rezone from A1 to R3. Staff is recommended to deny, and it's located at 2610 Faulkner Road. Is there any opposition present? All right.
And we received some emails in opposition. Well,
okay. Is the applicant present? Okay. Thank you. Mr. Schultz.
yeah, this is a request on Faulkner Road in the county. You may remember I think second or third plat was to subdivide this property into several lots, but this is dealing with one lot in that property, rezoned from A1 Agriculture District to R3 Multifamily Residential District with conditions. The applicant did provide conditions. Proposed use is 3 units to help families continue to live in the suites that are in this single family dwelling. It's 0.6 acres in size. Number of units is 3. That's a density of 4.3. You see on the zoning map here, there's no R3 near this property. It's all surrounded by A1 or R1 single family. The applicant's proposed conditions are no more than 3 residential units, a building height limited to 2.5 stories to 35 feet. There's no zoning history for this property. This property is a single family dwelling. To the north is single unit, and to the south is vacant land. To the east is single unit, and to the west is single unit dwelling. So there is no multifamily in this vicinity. Here's a view of the site, north of the site, east of the site, south of the site, and the west of the site. All those are single family dwellings. This property is located in the Hickson North River Plan, adopted in 2005. The plan recommendation is low density residential, which is primarily single family dwellings. Here's the plat that was approved earlier by this body, but the area being requested to rezone is area highlighted in red. This request is not compatible with adopted land use plan, which recommends low density or single family dwellings. The request is not compatible with adjacent land uses and development reform, again, which is primarily suburban residential with single family detached dwellings. This would set the precedent for future requests for R3 along Faulkner Road. There's no multi-unit zone properties near the site. This is currently permitted as a single family detached dwelling. So staff recommends to deny this request based on those factors.
Thank you, Mr. Schultz. Any questions for staff before we hear from the applicant? All right, sir.
My name is Dean McLeod, and I'm from 132 Riverside Crescent, High River, Alberta, Canada. A long ways from home, but Julie Quinton is the owner of the property and her partner.
in this development. As you saw earlier, we had approval for the subdivision. Originally, this home, we purchased it. We lived in it for a period of time, and then due to circumstances, Julie had to go back home. She has 3 kids, so we had to address some things, but the plan is long-term. She's an American citizen, is to come back to Chattanooga and live in the area and retain that home. When we purchased this home, it had, it was a really cut up home, I guess is the best way I can describe it. And when we approached it, we lived in what I'd call the middle part of the home. The pictures that you saw too are very old. Things have changed quite a bit. There is a 2-unit home across the street from us, which I would call a duplex, just for reference. And that was always the intent with this property, was just a duplex with what I would classify as an attached dwelling on the west side of the home. So if you go back to the house, so right there, so if you look where the chimney is on the right-hand side of the home, where the door right there, yes. So there's basically a wall that shoots straight across, and was that way when we purchased it. And we've turned that into what I would call a mother-in-law suite, if that makes sense to anybody here. I think so. It's got a small, what's that? You still have mothers? That's good. We turned it into a mother-in-law suite. Really, the intent was for when I came down, which is quite frequently, to deal with my renters. And I do see some of the complainants here, and I know some of my neighbors, and I'm looking forward to hearing the complaints, and hopefully we can address some of these issues. One of the concerns I even have is in our application process and working with staff, I'm not sure we had this pointed in the right direction from the beginning. Definitively, I'm not sure this should be an R3. I'm actually thinking it should be, I guess duplex is the only word I can use to put it, like an R2 with an attached dwelling on the end, or a mother-in-law suite. So I'm not sure if that's achievable or not, but that would be our intended goal. We do have 2 tenants in the home, which are there on a permanent basis, using up the majority of the home. One side is about 1,000 square feet. The middle portion is 1,200. It's quite comfortable. We have our anchor tenant in the middle. They are very supportive and a really good young family. We've worked with multiple renters in the past, being from Canada, and own properties there, and we have a really good track record with our renters. We put extensive work into bringing in good people into our homes and making sure that they help with the community, not hinder it, cause any degradation, so to speak. If you could see the home now, I think you could see the amount of work we put into that has changed things dramatically. So I guess that's about it. I look forward to hearing some of the complaints, and hopefully we can address some of those issues, and if need be, possibly withdraw and reapply with the correct intensive purposes of what this property was. To add to that a little bit, we always wanted to keep that suite on the end because we intend to develop which is the current development, A1 single family homes to the west. And we have 5 properties now that have been subdivided off based on our earlier approval, which we intend to adhere to. The only change was this house, because of its old nature. We also had the HVAC unit quit on us right after we purchased it, or shortly thereafter, which was pretty extensive. We put in new ones to accommodate the divisions we put into the home, and well, they were there already almost. But I guess I'm saying that we've done a lot to improve what was a pretty rundown place and property. And when you look at it now, the property itself is opened up and is quite beautiful. So that's all I have for now. Look forward to addressing any concerns. Thank you.
Thank you. Hey, Mr. Schultz, I'm sorry. I just have a quick question. The application, it just in the agenda here, it says to rezone from A1 to R3 residential district with conditions.
Yes.
What are those conditions again?
No more than, this is provided by the applicant.
Okay.
No
gotcha.
more than 3 residential units and building
Sorry, I
houses.
was looking, yep, I'm
Yeah.
with you. Thank you.
Yeah, and just before, I think the applicant mentioned ADUs right now. Currently, the county cannot have ADUs. We passed, this body recommended an ADU ordinance, but the county's not adopted that yet. In order to have 2 structures on one lot, you'd have to have a big enough lot as if you're being able to subdivide under the A1, which is going to be difficult to do that.
Sure.
They could do a duplex, but have to be rezoned to R2, and I think staff would still have the same recommendation to deny a multi-zone at that location.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Ledford.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is on condition number 2 that you proposed, building height, 2.5 stories, 35 feet. Are you looking to tear that house down and build like an apartment complex?
That was.
I was wondering why that condition.
Yeah,
was in
Julie
there.
was working with this. I think they put that in there. She wouldn't even have come up with that on her own. So
Okay.
I'm not really certain.
When you
but
see that
we had no
condition-
intent to change the house.
You can see where that would lead us.
Yeah, yeah.
All right.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Leverett, that's the current height in the R1, A1 zones, is that same language.
Oh, I understand. I'm
Yeah.
seeing a single level house.
Yeah.
All right, let's hear from those neighbors of yours. If you're here and you're in opposition, you wish to speak, come on up.
And I have lived on Faulkner Road 26 years with my wife. And over the years, we have gone and we have bought several of the lots on the road to keep it wooded as a residential type of farm for everybody else to enjoy. The problem also that I have with it is you're going to wind up having more vehicles up and down one lane road, and there's only 10 different houses there. Half of the neighbors on our road received the notice, and I did go through and talk to all the neighbors. They all opposed of this rezoning as well as I am. So the duplex at the end of our road has been there since 1970, and it was a part of the old Faulkner family when they were there before they ever sold off the property or did anything. So that was there with the farmhouse and another house there as well. So everything we have on our road are strictly residential one, and that's the way I like to keep it, and I oppose.
Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon. I'm Ron Stegall with 2629 Faulkner Road. My wife Stephanie and I are very opposed to this zoning request. We think that granting it would undermine faith in the stability and the fairness of Hamilton County zoning laws. We think it'd change the character of the neighborhood. It would reduce property values. It would increase density on a very small street. And it set a terrible precedent for the other, I guess it's 6 lots now that are adjacent to this that, have yet to be built on. I mean, they're going to want to put at least 3 families in each of the 6 units that might be built. It just bad precedent. We've lived at 2629 Faulkner Road since building our home there in 2004. While we purchased the 65 acres upon which the home sits from Gladys Faulkner in 1998. Ms. Faulkner's house was 2610 Faulkner Road. Our property at the end of Faulkner Road is adjacent to Julie Quentin's property, 2610 Faulkner Road. There are 12 residences on Faulkner Road, 10 houses and a duplex, which Ms. Faulkner built in 1970 when hers was one of only 2 houses on Faulkner Road. Faulkner Road's about 1/3 of a mile long, and I think half of it's in the city and the other half's in the county. This evidently was a case of asking forgiveness rather than permission to change this property from a single unit to 3 units. The construction, I guess, went on without regard to the zoning, and I don't know, but perhaps without regard to building permits for those units. This, I understood the claim today is to help these families that are already moved in that shouldn't have been moved in. So I think that this claim that it's to help families is a little disingenuous. I think they made the 3 units so they could make the maximum amount of money off of that little house. It's not helping any of the families on Faulkner Road that invested in their real estate and paying property taxes because of this likely diminution in value as well as quality of life. And for those reasons, we ask y'all to please deny this change in zoning request. The last thing I'll say is, and it's just a public safety matter. I did talk to the last person who owned it before Ms. Quinton bought it, and he told me the electrical was horrible. He said, I'm not sure whether it's 3-phase. He said, I've never seen anything like it. So I would highly recommend, if y'all do approve it, at least get somebody out there to inspect the electrical, because again, the guy was really underwhelmed with it and said he thought it was dangerous for what that's worth. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
And Mr. Chairman, the applicant's coming back up. We were notified that there's been a zoning violation on this property, and a letter was sent to the property owner on October 15th regarding the construction of permits.
Gotcha. So it was a duplex, and then it was converted.
It's only permitted for single family. Somewhere along the way, it was converted to sounds like a triplex or apartment complex.
Did you convert it to 3 units?
Well, we added to what had been done in the past. Ron had established that the prior resident had, or prior to them even, had done a bunch of work on it, and it had set the precedence for what was going on in that home.
Well, it was a duplex when you bought it?
No, it was a single family dwelling as was stated. That's
Okay.
what it was zoned as, and that's what it was.
It-
when we purchased.
So when you bought it, it was single family?
Correct.
And then y'all turned it into a triplex?
We didn't turn it into a triplex. We turned it into a duplex. So we added on the east side of the house. That's where we added a bath and kitchen, and it followed what was going on in that home already. As Ron stated, the electrical in that home was atrocious. That would be an understatement. And I had hired an electrician, a qualified licensed electrician, who we had done a home here previously in the city, which was a home that had been abandoned for 10 years. It was 801 Linden Hall Road, just for reference.
So let me interrupt real quick. Did you get permits when you did that project?
Yes.
Did you get permits when you did the project
No,
at
this
the
one,
subject property?
No, we did not.
So you did the bathroom addition and those works without a permit?
We did, yes.
Okay. And had you done the work in the city prior?
No. Oh, sorry. Yes, is the answer to that. At 801 Linden Hall, we had.
So the Linden Hall project, you went and got building permits to do the work, and then the Faulkner property, you didn't get permits
No,
to
we
do
did
the work.
not. No.
So now you've got this duplex where it's actually 3 units, right? Am I understanding? Dan?
So can I ask a question? When the home, I don't know the age of the original home.
That's very difficult to pinpoint.
So the part that looks like has a little sleeping porch or something to the right, did that have a kitchen in it?
Well, it had plumbed and electrical for all of that. They had one in
So there's no way to determine.
Call that a rough in.
I'm just wondering if it had been a prior. It looks like it had maybe been like a pre-existing duplex, maybe before.
Well, that's what
before
that's
the
what I was
zoning
trying to
code was
figure out.
adopted, which you should
Yeah,
have
I
figured that out ahead of time.
Yeah, I guess legally speaking, it wasn't, and it wasn't zoned that way, but the home, when you're in it, it is that way. That's the best way I can describe it.
Well, you kind of.
Sir, I want to recognize that I see you standing up, but time for opposition and opportunity to speak isn't it? Any other questions for the applicant? Nick?
I'd just like to make a motion to deny.
We have a motion to deny, and it has been properly seconded. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. So it's unusual, I will say, for us to have a situation where I think you said that there are 3 families currently, or 2 living in this property. And so that is an illegal use of the property. You've applied for a rezoning. That's been denied.
Unless they're sharing a kitchen.
They're not sharing a kitchen. And so I wanted you to know that this is going to go on to county commission. But in the meantime, you understand you're using the property illegally because you're using it for 2 residents and it's only legally allowed to have 1. Okay. Thank you. Thanks. So it'd probably be really nice for your tenants if you put them on notice sooner rather than later, because when it goes to county commission, like, it's not the county's problem, but as a property owner, you're making it the county's problem because there's real families living in that right now. And they're going to be told by the sheriff's department they can't because you're using the property illegally. So just out of courtesy to the property owners, at least give them, not property owners, the tenants, give them some heads up that there's an issue so that they're not surprised.
Yeah, they're already aware of that.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you. I'm going to recuse myself for item 15. Yes.
Can I ask one more question?
Yes.
So this goes to the county now. What is the time frame?
It'll be there next month. It'll be
January 8th at 9:30 in this same room. There's a handout in the very back that has all the dates on it. It'll be January 8th.
I'm going to recuse myself for item 15 on our agenda.
Okay, let's move on to case 2024-207. Brian?
I'm not aware of any opposition on this. I don't know if Caitlin or the applicant has any concerns with our.
Is the applicant present? Yes. Is there any opposition present? Have a motion that's been properly seconded. All those in favor? All those opposed? The ayes have it.
It's got a lot.
Item 16 on the agenda is case 2024-0208. This is located at 2014 Tremont Street. Staff is recommended to approve an applicant's request to rezone from ERA2 residential attached zone to ERM3 multi-unit residential zone. Is there any opposition present? And is the applicant present? All right. Mr. Schultz.
This is case 2024-208. This is a request. This is our form-based code zones. This is a request to rezone from urban edge residential attached 2 stories to urban edge residential multi-unit attached zone 3 stories, or townhome development or a HPR development, if you will. It's roughly 0.7 acres in size, 18 units, a density of 25.7. Look at the zoning map. There's a precedent for ERM3 to the north across Tremont Street. There's R3 to the east. ESH3 to the south, and ERA2 to the south. And to the west is C5 and R3. There's been no zoning history on this piece of property except when it got changed from C7 to form-based code in 2016. The property across the street, this is zoned to ERM3, that's had multiple zoning cases over the years in form-based code as well as traditional zoning. This is currently a church. To the north is under construction multi-unit, and to the single unit detached. To the south is vacant land. To the east is single unit detached, and to the west is single unit detached in commercial. Here's a view of the site. North of the site, which is single unit detached. East of the site. South of the site. This is west of the site, some of the commercial. This is in our North Shore plan, which recommends a medium intensity mixed use of that location. There's a site plan and conceptual plan that was submitted with the request. This request is compatible with the adopted land use plan. It is compatible with adjacent land uses and development form of the area. Staff recommends that the development be considerate of the topography on the site to ensure compatibility with adjacent development form and protect the steep slopes in the area. This site will also be required to be in compliance with our steep slope revegetation ordinance. And then staff recommends they work with the LDO on that revegetation ordinance. But based on the compliance with the land use plan, adjacent land use, the staff recommends to approve with no conditions.
Thank you, Mr. Schultz. Yes, sir. Come on.
Sam Cobley, 3154 San Juan Ave. I apologize for the size of that site plan. I realize it's probably really hard for y'all to see. I'm not sure what copy you have, but with respect to the slope, our intent isn't to go all the way back on the site. It gets pretty steep at the top of the site. Our immediate plan is to just come back about 10 feet, maybe a little bit less with the slope to fit that rear row of homes in it. The current zoning, the way the lots would divide up, we wouldn't be able to provide this sort of limited common element to try and encourage like the pedestrian element that I know the form-based code wants. It also allows us to get, that added density that our parking could support. And we've had a community meeting, spoken with the neighbors that were there, and our impression of concerns are with traffic on the street. There is street parking on both sides, but I think that gets chewed up pretty quick for some of the adjoining commercial tenants. So our plan calls for at least 16 parking spaces to the front of the site, which I know is not compliant with form-based code, but there's a sewer easement going through there. So we'd be maintaining the existing parking atmosphere to the front of the building or community. Only other opposition we heard was the location of the dumpster, which we haven't changed with this plan, but we recognize the concern from the neighbor across the street looking out into a dumpster, and we're workshopping where to place that. But, yeah.
Thank you.
I'm Jan Cooper, and I own 202 Tremont, 2 buildings down from this proposed site. And I'm just super concerned about parking with the other apartment complex on the other side of my house. There is 0 parking because they're supposed to park in the parking garage. And I know he's got 18 units with 16 parking places. And if 2 people are living in each unit, they're going to be looking for a place to park too. I understand, are these going to be rentals or owned for sale? For rental, okay. Okay, so mostly I'm concerned about the parking. And I don't know about that sewer going through because I know other people in the neighborhood have had huge problems with the sewer. So are you building on top of the sewer? No, you don't have to deal with the sewer. So where's the sewer going through there?
Hey, ma'am, I'm good with y'all meeting after the meeting.
Okay.
So I think it's great that you're having a conversation, and maybe, ma'am, if you could.
I'll talk to him.
Yeah,
Okay.
that'd be fantastic.
Okay.
But let us know your concerns. And
Yeah, the parking primarily.
thank you.
Okay, thank you.
So real quick, you come up back up. Mr. Schultz, there's a parking requirement with this new ERM3, I'm assuming.
Yes, this is the form-based code parking standards. And if not, I guess he'd have to seek a modification to that. If he doesn't.
Do you know what they are off the top of your head?
I believe, I think I'm familiar, less than 300 feet from public parking. It's a 1-for-1 swap. And then 300 to maybe 600 feet, or 300 to 900. It's like 25% discount, maybe.
Okay.
Is my understanding.
So Tremont does have some pretty significant parking challenges. So I can definitely understand where the owner has some concerns about that.
I know that Regions Garage that the other apartment complex is supposed to use is corner to corner. It's like 280 feet, I want to say.
Okay.
So any overflow, like visitor parking, I know it's it's your nature to find what's available, easiest and cheapest, but the garage is there and we'll encourage our tenants to use.
Quick question.
Yes.
It sounds like you're aware of the modification process for the parking in the front.
Yeah, in our pre-submittal meeting, we were told we had to go through this first before.
Right.
That'd be.
Okay. Just want to make sure you're aware of that. Thanks.
Any other questions for the applicant? All right, we've got a staff recommendation to approve. What's the will of the commission? We have a motion to approve. Ma'am, can you wait 1 second? And it has been seconded. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. I did want to just mention in regards to parking, and maybe this is more directed to staff and my fellow commissioners. We have had discussion at times about the fact that, maybe parking minimum should go away altogether. Or in one particular development that the company that I own is developing, we have no parking standards. But I will say, just in response to what this lady has said, who came out in opposition, it's really challenging in neighborhoods. I just want to recognize this, where we have old neighborhoods, established neighborhoods, where they've relied very heavily on street parking. They may have driveways, they may have garages, and then large developments like this come in and they don't have enough parking. That the developer then builds the minimum amount of parking. Then that parking gets moved to the street, and it really creates some problems for the folks that live in the neighborhood. So while, ma'am, we did make a recommendation to approve this, and it's going to go on to city council, and I think it'd probably likely get approved there too. I do think your concerns are legitimate in regards to the parking. And I would just encourage the developer, as you're developing in these neighborhoods where you're already in established neighborhoods, that, any parking shortfall that your future development has gets pushed to the street and then displaces people who've been there for a long time and relied on that on-street parking, because their guests are not parking in the parking garage. Their guests are accustomed to being able to park on Tremont Street and now may be unable to. So I just wanted to say it because we've talked about having no parking requirements. And this is one of those cases where that wouldn't work out very well for the neighborhood. Next case on our agenda is item 17. It's case 2024-0211, and this is located at 1401 Lovelady Lewis Road. And staff has recommended to approve with conditions an application to rezone from A1 to R1. Is there any opposition present?
I have a question for the applicant.
So we do have a motion to approve. It has been properly seconded. Is the applicant present? Are you familiar with the conditions? Are you okay with the conditions? And there's a question for you, Nathan.
I'd just like some explanation about the entrance. Do you plan on doing a public street? Do you have 50 feet of right of way there? What's going on there?
Yes, sir. Campbell Lewis, 716 Spears Avenue. It's a 50-foot, it's actually a 50-foot strip right there. That's shown, and that's supposed to be meant to be a public right of way. Right.
Okay.
Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. The resolution and amendments. Yeah, we've already done that last one. The resolution and amendments. I'm going to skip over that because I do want you to talk about that in length. Are there any other staff updates?
I have one. It's sad news. Darian is leaving us.
Yeah, you told us that at lunch.
Oh, did I tell you that at lunch?
Yeah. Or Dan did.
Oh, Dan did. Sorry.
We already knew.
Good Lord.
We've been in
Can't keep a secret anymore around this place. Oh,
Yeah,
dude. Sorry.
that's
It's not a staff update then.
All right.
Can I say congratulations on your promotion and say it a different way?
Yeah. She's not leaving city government.
We do have.
She's not even leaving the building.
We do have a time on the agenda for public comment on non-agenda items. There is nobody here, so I'm assuming there is none. Can I get approval of the planning commission? Oh,
Quick thing. Sorry, at the end of the long meeting, but in for a penny, in for a pound. We had the comments earlier this morning about form-based code and the limitations of beginning a new form-based code zone. I know there has been talk of doing a similar process with the form-based code that we are just gone through with the rest of the city code. what does that timeline look like?
I'm looking at Karen. Next year is the goal.
Next year, no more specific than that. So
Yeah, next year is the goal.
Next year being 25? Okay.
all year.
I'll leave it then.
I mean, it's important. And it's, we're trying to do all this stuff with design and form-based. We're just trying to do it right and take our time. It would have been too much to rush it this year.
Right. No, I don't want to get in a situation where we're rushing anything. I do want to study those 3 criteria for who can apply to create a form-based code zone. I think we might want to pull back on those limitations a little bit, but seeing that we have this upcoming next year, I'll wait. Thank you.
Jan, Matt had briefly just mentioned that if Plan Chattanooga gets adopted, we won't have that downtown plan that's referenced there. So I think that we would want to amend the form-based code to reference a new plan, which would open up that section sooner than later. So it could be that that section's opened up as soon as Plan Chattanooga is adopted, because we do need to reference the new plan instead of the outdated downtown plan.
Any other public comment on non-agenda items? Can I get approval of the planning commission minutes, November 18th? We have a motion. It has been seconded. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. All right. Dan, in regards to the resolution that was on our agenda, I just want to start by asking a hard question. Having not had the opportunity to see it, and why was it on our agenda?
I think we have had a target to have the county plan to planning commission this year. I think we anticipated it would be finished probably 4 or 5 months ago, let's just say. And unfortunately, it took a little bit longer than that, and probably for good reason. We wanted to, again, do it right. We don't want to rush things if we don't need to. So I think we just got behind for a few months. And then, of course, we wanted to have a lot of public engagement. The thing that I think was misinterpreted by a lot of the folks on social media or press or whatever is that it being on your agenda doesn't mean we expect that you would adopt it today. I really, I think it's potentially possible you could have adopted it, but I would expect y'all have not actually seen the plan. We have not formally given the planning commission the plan yet. So today was the day to formally give it to you. So now it's online. I mean, you can go look at the county plan. You can go look at the draft city plan. We don't expect the draft city plan would come to you until February. So it's definitely a good time over the holidays to be looking at these documents and just brainstorming, thinking of things, particularly in the city plan. The county plan's pretty well, there's not as many, there's a lot of issues, I would say, in the county, but I would argue they're absolutely the issue of we need more investment in our roads. Well, the investment in other infrastructure we can talk about, but I would say we are very supportive that this plan is going to help the county be in a position to make investments in roads for many years.
So I think I, along with everybody else, got an email from Charles Wood with the chamber. He was here earlier and is not here any longer. But he articulated some concerns as well. How are those being addressed?
So the issues of, the first issue of industrial land in the county. We've never, to my knowledge, the chamber or the county or RPA done, well, Karen or somebody might tell me, but we've done a study to look at where would be the best places to put a lot of distribution, industrial, call it whatever you want, large lot, non-residential. I think we've got a lot of, I would argue we had a lot of historical, industrial sites. And then we've developed some of those. Now they're flipping their, the Bend is becoming something else, and the Wheeling site and the old soybean site. So I think we've got to be in the mode of, if we think that is something that we need to have, we've got to think about that. So that's one of Charles's issues is industrial land, manufacturing, whatever. And I think he's right. We need to kind of really do a study next year. And we actually had our staff this year assemble every site that you could assemble, like taking multiple parcels and trying to just get to 200 acres or 50 acres. It's very challenging. We had our GIS staff do that. And so I think we need to continue some of that work and have a policy discussion with the county commission and with y'all. The issue of sewage capacity in the county, I think it's not a secret. I think WWTA, I guess a number of years ago had money and the county had money to go forward. That needs to be renewed probably, because 10 years from now, we're going to probably want sewer. And it's going to take about 10 years to get new sewer somewhere, unless we do things that increase the pipes going down to Moccasin Bend, or else we go to another sewage treatment plant.
Well, in all fairness to the development community, whether it be commercial, residential, or industrial, the market has a way of solving problems when the government can't do it. And just here today, earlier on in our agenda, we saw a case where WWTA can't serve that neighborhood, and it's still being developed with sewer is the intent. So, I mean, our area plans leaning heavily on sewer and then letting sewer guide the area plan seems like it could hem us in from the market being able to solve the sewer problem. Because, I mean, just today, we saw a case where, we ended up with, some 75 or 80 additional residential homes that wouldn't have otherwise been approved had it not been for the fact that a private developer does have the capacity to solve for sewer.
So the city has plenty of sewer, I guess. I mean, I just assume we have, but the county absolutely is challenged on that issue. And I think your point about sort of what the market's going to do, I'll let you and others have that. But I will tell you that we take a lot of pride in having a very fiscally conservative county and a very fiscally conservative state. And all I'm saying is there's nothing wrong with that at all. But we have to just rectify that we need infrastructure. Reagan Smith, to their credit, identified 130 million in unincorporated Hamilton County of improvements. They're on the website. It's probably more like 200 million. I bet if we had that, if we had 200 million, we could spend that on roads in the county, I'm sure. Or other things, other transportation related, sidewalks or whatever. So we absolutely, that's really the big picture of why we're doing these plans, is absolutely trying to give the county commission and the city council a very strong basis to think about infrastructure investments, because that's where we need to go for sure. Sorry, I know that was a lot. Everything else that's in the plan, the place type maps and all that stuff, Nathan and others are helping us, and our staff have done a great job. We had 250 people at public meetings last week. A lot of them not happy. We're trying to make them happier. So, I mean, I think you're right. I mean, there's a need to think about sewer. Yeah, I don't know if Nathan.
Do you mind if I add a couple things?
Sure. Absolutely. I was hoping to have some discussion about it. I wanted to get everybody out of here.
I can try to
still be on camera, but I wanted to at least have a discussion about it.
So we recognize the need for sewer. And I think that's going to be a hot discussion item over the next couple of years with WWTA, is how do we begin to address that? Because our strategy from the beginning with this plan is to look at the constraints, because we hear a lot about road issues. We hear a lot about sewage issues. We hear, constraints about schools being overcrowded. And one thing that we heard a little bit about, but really did not do a lot of investigation until now, bad on the county, is the fire service issue. One of the things that Dan was able to do is go out and hire a professional, look at fire service in the county and see what the true picture is. So we layered all of those constraints, and the map that is out there right now, I think, is a good reflection of where we're at. And I recognize, that over the next, we think this is a 5-year plan. So over the next 5 years, the private sector will they will innovate and come up with ways to solve some of those issues. And I would invite, I think that's what the process of plan amendments is for, is to show what issues you've addressed and, create a good case for changes. But I think we're just trying to be realistic with the development community and with the public of sort of where we're at the moment. Yeah. And I've had lots of discussions with the Home Builders Association, and we've had tons of public meetings. And I think we've been consistent in just saying that, we're trying to show everybody where we're at. And as we address issues, obviously we can make amendments, change the plan in small steps, because I don't think anything like a sewage treatment plant is going to happen in the next 2 years. It certainly won't be online and ready to accept affluent in the next 5 years. So, like I said, our right now our strategy is to show the plan as current state, be able to make small adjustments as the private sector innovates, or as we make investments. The county's making a $250 million investment into schools. We're making roughly a $6 million investment this year into roads. We plan to continue that. So obviously that brings other areas online as soon as we start to make some of those fixes.
I appreciate that. My point is, to the extent that it's possible, while I understand what you're saying, I want to make sure that we adopt a plan that encourages innovation, not discourages it. Because, when if we adopt a plan and we say, okay, this can't be industrial because A, it doesn't have the roads to support it. There's not enough power from EPB to support it. There's no sewage to support it. There's no fire department. Well, I'm pretty certain if industrial wants to make it work, they can do their own wastewater treatment plant. They will figure out how to get to and from it, whether that's by rail or improving the roads. They will likely build their own fire department to make sure that they can put out the fires if they need to. The market has a way of solving problems. So I just want to make sure that we adopt a plan that, while it might do a good job of saying, hey, here's where we're at, it doesn't in any way, shape, or form discourage innovation, like the kind of innovation we're seeing in some of these neighborhoods that don't currently have service from WWTA, but are still being developed at the density levels like they would be with sewer, because that's just a perfect example of where the market is solving the problem for the government. And I just don't want to see us adopt a plan that says nope, and it discourages innovation. Because you can also, the fire department could be weak, but that doesn't mean every home built in a subdivision can't have fire sprinklers. And I'm not saying that that's a great solution, but that's a modern day innovation where the fire department doesn't even need to be on site. These fires will put themselves out. A big enough development comes along, you might have 3 developers that get together and they do build a joint wastewater treatment plant. We got to make sure that this plan leaves room for innovation and doesn't discourage it.
I think we plan to have a robust process to be able to make those changes when the constraint is satisfied. And I would just remind everybody that if you look in the plan right now, we've got 2,000 acres sitting on the very north tip of the county that we've left intentionally blank because there's still a lot of robust discussion about how that property is used. And so, for the chamber, for the county commission, for this body, we've got a lot of opportunities there. And we plan throughout the year and the coming months to continue to discuss that and come up with a plan of how we use that property. So I think it's a little unfair to say we have no industrial. Obviously nothing's labeled industrial right now, but there's still room for expansion for Volkswagen and Enterprise. There's, McDonald Farms sitting there. There's still some large tracts along major thoroughfares that need to be investigated. But I think it would be premature of us right now to just pick a parcel and say, this is industrial.
But in all fairness, our county did that with Enterprise.
Right.
We did that very thing. We said, hey, if we're going to have these jobs and then we are going to paint an area gray, and that's going to be
sure. But
we did do that, and it was maybe one of the best moves we made as far as
I totally agree with you.
Economic development here.
We probably need to do that again. It's just I think that's a separate process from this plan at this time.
Okay.
Another couple things is we shouldn't be doing a plan so I would argue we've never really done a plan the way we're doing plans for the city and county now, but that's beside the point. We should not do plans every 5 years. We should be doing planning all the time. meaning the county, the city cooperatively with the chamber, with TDOT, we should be doing it all the time because this issue of growth is not going to go away. We are 90 minutes from two of the biggest growing markets in the country. Go look it up. Nashville and Atlanta are going to cause us a lot of disturbances in terms of they're two these huge, they're going to be like that for decades. And we're sit between them. It's a difficult thing to think about, but we're just going to have to continuously think about planning and doing it cooperatively. And the other thing I just want to say about infrastructure is if we had $50 million today in the county or whatever number, it takes so long now to design. Let's hope you don't have to buy right away. To design projects, to get them underway, to get them built. It takes years. So if you want to see the infrastructure that's out there now, or that's going to be there in 5 years, it's already out there. We're not going to be building substantial infrastructure other than TDOT for years. So I give the county commission so much credit for giving the $6 million because there's a lot of safety improvements. There's a lot of turn lanes, a lot of things that can be done better. But major infrastructure improvements on our roads, we need a big pot of money, and that ain't coming quickly. I mean, and I know that's hard for folks because folks don't want to talk about money. We need to talk about money. It's important. And your part about the market, I don't talk about this a lot because I know people don't want to hear about where I've been in my life. But I spent a lot of time watching the market and a much bigger market. And you're right, it'll go somewhere else. Meaning we will lose industry. We will lose people will graduate high school and college and they'll leave. We will have more development in Georgia, over the line, and people will, we won't get those. So the market will find a way, and it already does. And I think we need to be really much more, engaged in this.
Well, in those scenarios, we will still, you push the development into Bradley County, push it into Walker County, right south of St. Elmo. We still have to have roads to support all that traffic. Rossville Boulevard,
because 80% of the jobs or more are in the
right.
core.
Rossville Boulevard at 7:30, 8 o'clock in the morning is congested, but none of those people are paying taxes. Same thing with St. Elmo Avenue.
And just so you know, the referendum.
Councilman Ledford's leaving, so I guess we got to get a motion.
The referendum
which always comes from my far right. So we have a motion to adjourn. Thank you.
Thanks for trying to bring up the referendum.